Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kersti Putri Pinontoan. We will start the opening of the third International Conference on Natural Science, Mathematics, Applications, Research, and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Icon Smart 2022.
It was born during the heavy threat of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. In the first 2 years, it focused on how to survive the pandemic. Thank God the pandemic is over now. Well, almost over. We are ready to move on. We have to discuss about how to move on with education, energy, and still about marine products. This time it focuses on mathematical physics and biotechnology for those fields. This is the theme of this international event, organizing the MIPA and MDSM annual meeting, offering a workshop on Arduino-based experiments by Prince of Songpla University, Thailand, and another workshop on optimization using graphs by Yokohama National University, Japan, presented by and speakers from Thailand, Malaysia, Japan, Australia, and Indonesia, joined by about 725 general participants, and about 900 undergraduate participants, from 144 institutions, from 19 countries, in collaboration with
Universitas Udayana Bali, Universitas Mataram Lombok, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha Bali, Universitas Negeri Malang, Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana Salatiga, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, Universitas Cenderawasih Jayapura,
Prince of Songpla University, Thailand, and Yokohama National University, Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Srinagarta University, proudly presents the Third International Conference on Natural Sciences, Mathematics, Applications, Research, and Technology, or ICON Smart 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the VIPs.
It's not easy anymore to perform these days. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rector Samratulangi University. Welcome to Rector Udayana University. Welcome to Secretary General Mipanet. Welcome the chairperson of MDSM. Welcome all the deans. Welcome all the participants to Icon Smart 2022. Enjoy and have fun in Bali. Yes, Lantai.
That was the Kabasaran dance from Minahasa, North Sulawesi, performed by the faculty members of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Samratulangi University, Manado, and also the welcoming remark by Professor Dr. Benny Pinontoan. Well, some may notice we have the same surname. Yes, because that is my father. And ladies and gentlemen, please rise now for the Indonesian National Anthem. Indonesia Raya. Please be seated. We are going to start shortly, but before we start every event, of course, we must pray as people in belief. And our prayer will be led by I Gusti Ngurah Anom Cahyadi Putra ST MCS.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us pray according to our respective religion and beliefs. On this occasion, I will guide the prayer according to Hindu beliefs. For those of you who have other religion, please adjust. Om Swastiastu. Om Awignamastu Namo Sidam. Om Aditya Sya Param Jokti Rakta Teja Namastute Sweta Pangkaja Madhyastam Bhaskaraya Namastute Om Ram Ringsah Paramasiwa Raditya Nama Swaha. Om Yang Widi, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, puja dan puji syukur kami panjatkan kehadirat-Mu, karena atas rahmat-Mu lah kami dapat berkumpul dan menundukkan kepala dalam acara Icon Smart 2022 yang diselenggarakan pada hari ini, Jumat 3 Juni 2022 sesuai dengan harapan kami. Om Yang Widi, Tuhan yang Maha Pengasih dan Penyayang, anugerahilah kekuatan dan kesuksesan kami. Bebaskanlah kami dari segala rintangan. Semoga acara Icon Smart 2022 ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar dan bermanfaat bagi kami semua. Dan semoga pikiran baik datang dari segala penjuru. Om Yang Widi, Tuhan yang Maha Pengampun, ampunilah dosa dan kesalahan kami. Tuntunlah kami menuju cahaya yang terang dan jauhkanlah kami dari segala rintangan. Semoga Yang Widi mengabulkan doa dan permohonan kami. Om Sriam Bawantu, Sukmam Bawantu, Purnam Bawantu. Om Dewa Suksema Parama Asindhya Nama Nama Swaha. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om.
Thank you, Mr. Anom. Please be seated. In this event, there will also be an annual meeting of MIPANET and MDSM. You may ask, what are MIPANET and MDSM? Here is the introductory remark by the Secretary General of MIPANET, Professor Dr. Hadi Suwono.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam sehat dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning everyone. The Honorable Rector Universitas Samratulangi, Profesor Ellen Joan Komaat, the Honorable Rector Universitas Udayana, the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Organizing Committee, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Indonesian Network of Higher Education Institution on Mathematics and Natural Sciences, it is a privilege to welcome you all to the third International Conference of Natural Sciences, Mathematics, Application, Research, and Technology, or we call ICON Smart 2022. MIPANET is a national cooperation network of science and mathematics higher education institution that focuses on strengthening quality, dignified, and capable institutions that contribute optimally to society and keep pace with demands and development of science and technology. MIPANET is an organization and collaboration network of faculties of science, mathematics, and technology from all public and private universities in Indonesia. Currently, MIPANET members are 81 faculties spread out from the western part of Indonesia to the eastern part of Indonesia. This seminar, the ICON Smart, is hosted by the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Samratulangi, in collaboration with the Graduate School of Environment and Information Science, Yokohama National University, the Faculty of Science, Brain of Songkla University, the FMIPA Universitas Udayana, Faculty of FMIPA Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Universitas Mataram, Universitas Negeri Malang, Universitas Cendrawasih, Universitas Gorontalo, Faculty of Biology, Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana Salatiga, and supported by the MIPANET. This year, the conference will be held as a hybrid conference, by which attendees can attend the conference virtually from anywhere or opt to visit the physical venue at Discovery Kartika Plaza Hotel, Kuta, Bali. Dear distinguished keynote speaker, invited speaker, excellent participant, committee members, ladies and gentlemen. The ICON Smart Conferences arose from a collaboration between science, technology, engineering, mathematics educators, researchers, and academic institutions from Asian University. The ICON Smart has been assigned to be a premier annual conference in the science, technology, and mathematics fields. The conference aims to bring scholars, researchers, educators, students, and professionals to present their work on STEM science development. This conference provides an opportunity for academicians and professionals to share their theoretical knowledge, research findings, and educational practices with their colleagues at the academic community. This annual meeting also further advances the advancement and innovation in teaching and learning in STEM education. We would like to express our deep appreciation to the Universitas Samratulangi for her kindness and excellent major organizer of ICON Smart 2022. I appreciate all academic institutions for the co-organizer at working of the conference organizing committee to make the beautiful ICON Smart 2022 become true and sincere gratitude. Finally, we would like to pay a great thanks to you, every participant, for his and her significant role at the conference. Dear distinguished keynote speaker, invited speaker, excellent participant, committee member, ladies and gentlemen, we do believe that ICON Smart 2022 will be a productive conference for everyone. To conclude, let us wish you an excellent discussion and enjoyable conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Hadi. And next, the introductory remark by the chairperson of MDSM, Professor Dr. Rosalina from Malaysia. Give a round of applause.
Thank you to our MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To both our rectors from Universitas Samratulangi and Udayana, and also to MIPANET, led by Prof. Hadi, honorable speakers, presenters, participants, and also we do have here members, a few members from Science and Mathematics Dean's Councils of Malaysia, so that is MDSM. And to our organizing committee and to each of everyone, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a good day. Alhamdulillah, first of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for allowing us to be here physically with such a nice weather outside there, and also virtually at this third International Conference on Natural Sciences, Mathematics, Applications, Research and Technology, ICON Smart 2022. It is a privilege and honor for me to be given this opportunity to welcome all of you to this event. First of all, on behalf of Science and Mathematics Dean's Council of Malaysia, I would like to thank the organizing committee of ICON Smart 2022 and MIPANET for inviting us to be part of this conference and for organizing the annual meeting of MDSM and MIPANET this year. So basically, thank you again, and our Deputy Chair of MDSM, Prof. Rohana from University Science Malaysia is also together with us today, and both of our deans are also the plenary speakers today. Thank you for the invitation. And thank you for the efforts in making this a successful event and for bringing us to this beautiful island. We really appreciate that. And the main theme for this ICON Smart 2022 is Mathematical, Physics and Biotechnology for Education, Energy Efficiency and Marine Industry. We firmly believe that ICON Smart 2022 will contribute to the advancement of science and technology. It plays important roles in the achievement and quality of higher education, affordable and clean energy, and marine industries for food security by also looking at the sustainability of marine resources. These are all in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, or in short, SDGs, that are adopted by all United Nations members. The COVID-19 pandemic, together with the accelerating growth in technology and fourth industrial revolution, have caused great challenges and disruptions in education, as well as to the economic development. One of the major disruptions is that it alters the job markets, so it does affect our graduates. But we must understand that science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or in short, STEM's graduates, are very relevant to humanity and to ensure the development of a country. And most of the future jobs are likely to contain STEM. Therefore, our role in higher education is very important in focusing and ensuring to quality, efficiency, and preparing our graduates for changes in the global trends. New approach in curriculum design that is flexible, non-conventional, and organic curriculum is the way forward in our education system. In short, this conference is in line with the future needs globally. Not just that, it also seeks to bring together leading experts, scientists, researchers, scholars, and students to discuss and share expertise, insight, and study on advancement aspect of the new and advanced science and technology disciplines in various subjects. International collaboration and multi-stakeholder approach is very important. Collective efforts in industries, government, academia, and community must be ensured in order to design right strategies that are needed for our global economy. As we know today, in conjunction with this conference, the annual meeting of MIPANET and MDSM will also take place. We do hope that the Science and Mathematics Dean Council Malaysia, MDSM, could further extend and explore opportunities through our collaboration with MIPANET. We hope that these events will further strengthen our networks and also with other collaborators at the international level. Last but not least, from MDSM, may this event be a motivation to all of us to continuously explore and expand knowledge and spearhead new knowledge using cutting-edge technologies to produce innovation, which can transform the country and humanity. With that, thank you and stay safe. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Rosalina. Now, one of the characteristics of Bali, what draws us here is the art. Next, performed by UKM Kesenian Udayana University, the dance is a depiction of the beauty of a group of Belibis birds enjoying the natural surroundings. The theme tells about the curse of the King Alkli Dharma by his powerful wife. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the Belibis dance. That was the Belibis dance. What a wonderful and amazing performance from UKM Kesenian Udayana University, which I was once a member also from there many years ago. Now representing the partner universities, here are some words by the rector of Udayana University, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Inyoman Gede Antara MN IPU.
Good morning. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Namo Buddhaya. May peace always be upon us. With my highest regard, Professor Dr. Insinyur LNJ Kuman MSc DEA, Rector of Samratulangi University. Professor Dr. Hadiswarno, Secretary General of MIPANET. Professor Dr. Rosalina, Chair of Majelis Dekan Science and Mathematics, Malaysia. Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences of host and co-host universities, Universitas Samratulangi, Universitas Udayana, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Universitas Cendrawasih, Universitas Mataram, Universitas Negeri Malang, Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, Yokohama National University, and Prince of Songkla University. Keynote and invited speakers, committee, and all participants. May we all always be under good health and its protection. First and foremost, I, as a rector of Universitas Udayana, would like to welcome all participants of the third International Conference on Natural Sciences, Mathematics, Application, Research, and Technology, ICON SMART 2022. That is held here in Bali, as well as online via Zoom. 2 years ago, before the pandemic was first declared, Universitas Samratulangi and Universitas Udayana already began this partnership toward holding this conference in Bali. However, unfortunately, due to the worsening case of the COVID-19 pandemic, at the time we were forced to hold up our plan for the in-person conference and instead held the conference online. However, despite all the circumstances, I'm confident that the goal of the conference is achieved in accordance with our expectation. For around 2.5 years, we were all isolated away from each other under a dire situation that the government has been tirelessly battering. Mass vaccination took place where no more than 80 of the Indonesian population has been vaccinated, and the government has been begun to case health protocols. It is matter like this that we must be grateful for seeing due to the formation of the herd immunity. We are able to meet directly in order to carry out this scientific conference. But even though protocols have been eased, we must still keep our distance and implement a new normal, such as the 3M protocol, where we must keep our distance from each other, wear a medical mask in our day-to-day activities, and delicately with our hand in order to prevent future unwanted situations. To the distinguished guests here today, on this occasion, I would like to tell a little bit regarding the situation in Bali after 2.5 years of isolation. As we can see here, Bali is slowly recovering little by little. Tourism especially has picked up after the unfortunate impact that the pandemic has caused. I certainly hope that the situation will be more conducive so that our economy here in Bali will return to how it was before the COVID-19 happened. With the ease of health protocols, I am confident that there will be many scientific conferences held in Bali in the near future. As the rector of Universitas Udayana, I am grateful and pleased to welcome Icon Smart today here in Bali. Universitas Udayana is the oldest and the largest university here in Bali, and we are very open to partnership with other universities in Indonesia. The holding of this Icon Smart seminar today is one of the implementation mentioned in the MOU we carried out 2 years ago, and I hope that this partnership continues, especially in matter of scientific conferences. I, as Director of Universitas Udayana, will also continuously give my moral support for our partnership with Universitas Samratulangi on a much larger scale in the next future. I hope that this conference will bring immeasurable benefit toward all the participating scientists here today. Even though the conference is only carried out for several days, we all here as researchers can exchange personal knowledge and experiences, which is hopefully can be fruitful to carry out joint research in the future. Aside from that, I hope that there will be a recommendation from this conference that can be further implemented by government bodies or other institutions on making future decisions and policies. To all the distinguished guests here today, I must say the theme chosen for this Icon Smart today is very fitting, namely mathematical, physics, and biotechnology for education, energy efficiency, and marine industries. This theme is very interesting and covers a broad scope of various fields of science, from foundational science up to practical application science, with the attendance of many experts in various fields here today. I hope that the mutually agreed upon point is reached between basic science and applied science, and therefore a scientific development could be achieved as the outcome of this seminar. To the distinguished guests here today, I would also like to give thanks to the keynote and invited speaker who came all the way here to Bali today from various parts of the globe, whom I cannot mention one by one only to support this event of ours. I hope that the knowledge that is shared here today by the speakers will further inspire us to challenge ourselves and advance our research in the future. Last but not least, I hope you will all have a fruitful conference and also enjoy your time here in Bali. Bali is a beautiful island, and I hope that outside of this conference, you will also have the opportunity to explore and enjoy the Balinese localities. Thank you, and I hope to see you all around. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Namo Buddhaya. May peace always be upon us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rector. Next, the opening speech by the Rector of Samratulangi University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Profesor Dr. Insinyur Ellen Joan Kumaat, MSc DEA.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Shalom. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace upon you. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan, name of culture. Honorable Rector of Udayana, Profesor Dr. Inyoman Gede Antara, Sekjen MIPANET, Profesor Hadi Suwono, Majelis Dekan Sains and Mathematics Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Rosalina, all the deans, honorable speakers, all the participants. To begin, I thank God for blessing us and this event. As Director of Universitas Samratulangi, or UNSRAT, I would like to extend my appreciation to the Rector of Universitas Udayana, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Inyoman Gede Antara MN IPU. I saw here all the deans wearing a uniform, so I and the Rector of Udayana also the same. We use the same uniform. Thank you. And also, I appreciate to the Rector of other co-hosts, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha Singaraja Bali, Universitas Mataram Lombok, Universitas Negeri Malang, Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana Salatiga, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, Universitas Cendrawasih Jayapura for collaboration in organizing this conference. Last year, I challenged the Dean of our Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Professor Dr. Benny Pinontoan. You see his chairs of this welcome dance, to extend the collaboration with overseas university, and correspondingly this year, I am delightful to have overseas co-hosts, namely Yokohama National University, Japan, and Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. In this conference, there will be an annual meeting, MIPANEP. This is the second time we organize this meeting. The first one was in 2017 in Manado. Now, this time, in 2022, this meeting is with Majelis Dekan Science and Mathematics Malaysia. Therefore, I extend my high appreciation to the General Secretary of MIPANEP, Professor Dr. Hadi Suwono, and to the Chairperson of Majelis Dekan Science and Mathematics, Professor Dr. Rosalina, and wish all the deans to have an enjoyable and productive meeting. I want to share a little bit about UNSRAT. UNSRAT is located in the northern part of Indonesia. I know most of the deans already in Manado with the first and second Icon Smart Conference. The first and second Icon Smart was held in Manado, and this is the third international conference held in Bali. UNSRAT is located in northern part of Indonesia in the province of North Sulawesi. Currently accredited with excellence, UNSRAT consists of 11 faculties and graduate programs. The student body is about 30,000 students, and the number of faculty members is about 1,750 people, with the motto of national hero of Dr. Samratulangi, Sito Timo Tumoto, meaning man lives to educate others. UNSRAT strives to excellence and culture. This annual conference was initiated during the heavy COVID-19 strike 2020, and this is the third in the row. In the previous two conferences, we focused on how to ease of the impacts of the pandemic. But now, it is important to discuss on how to recover the education, the energy, and the food, in particularly marine products, and this is exactly the theme of this conference. The two previous Icon Smart were organized virtually. This year, 2022, we dare organize this conference as a hybrid conference, and we have chosen to do it on site in Bali. Yes, in Bali, the most beautiful island in Indonesia. I'm glad that Bali and Indonesia in general is recovering from the pandemic. I would like to extend my gratitude to the plenary speakers, namely Professor Dr. Seiya Negami, former Vice Rector of Yokohama National University, Japan, Dr. Prasad Kaparaju from Griffith University, Brisbane, Australia. Hope to meet you in the next conference because they can't come this time. Professor Dr. Junji Sikata, Dean of Faculty of Environment and Information Science, Yokohama National University, Associate Professor Dr. Antana Pratep, Dean of Faculty of Science, Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand, Professor Dr. Hadi Suwono, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Malang, Professor Dr. Basharuddin Ar-Rahman, Dean of Faculty Science, University Putra, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Zulkarnain Mohammed, Dean of Faculty Science, University Malaysia, and also the workshop speakers. My appreciation and congratulations also go to the organizing committee. They work hard until midnight. And to all the participants, either on site or online. There are about 730 general participants and about 900 undergrads participants from 144 institutions and from 19 countries. I think this is the largest conference since the pandemic 2020. Thank you for the organizing committee. I hope this conference will produce high-quality international publications and research collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, I, as Director of Universitas Samratulangi, declare that the Third International Conference on Natural Sciences, Mathematics, Applications, Research, and Technology, ICON-SMART 2022, is officially open. Enjoy the conference, enjoy your stay in Bali. God bless us all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Shalom. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Professor Ellen. Please stay on the stage. And I would like to ask to join on the stage for the symbolic opening of the conference. I would like to ask to Rector Udayana University to please join the stage again. The Secretary General of MIPANET, Professor Hadi Suwono. The Chair of MDSM, Professor Rosalina. The co-host deans, Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. From Udayana University, Bali. Ganesha University of Education, Bali. University of Mataram, Lombok. Satya Wacana Christian University. Gorontalo State University. And Cendrawasih University, Jayapura. So now we will be witnessing the official opening marked by the beating of the gong by the rector of Samratulangi University and Udayana University. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay on the stage for another photo session. Now I would like to invite the Vice Rector for Administration and Finance Affairs, all the deans either of MIPANET, MDSM, or other deans to join on the stage for a photo session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We may continue the photo session on coffee break. Next, there will be another dance performance by UKM Kesenian Udayana University. Please welcome the Baris Tunggal Dance. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was the Baris Tunggal dance. Ladies and gentlemen, we now will conclude the opening ceremony with a thank you note by the chairperson of the organizing committee, Susan Marlene Mambu, SP, MSI, PhD.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Committee of the Third International Conference on Natural Sciences, Mathematics, Application, Research, and Technology, ICON SMART 2022, and MIPANET and MDSM annual meeting, I would like to take this opportunity to offer special words of gratitude to Rector of Universitas Samratulangi Manado, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Ellen Joan Kumaat, MSc, DEA, Rektor of Universitas Udayana Denpasar, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Inyoman Gede Antara, Master of Engineering, IPU, Secretary General of MIPANET, Profesor Dr. Hadi Suwono, Pengerusi Majelis Dekan Sains and Mathematics Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Rosalina Abdul Salam, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Samratulangi Manado, Profesor Dr. Beni Pinontoan, MSc, the co-host university, especially the co-host deans from Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Cendrawasih, Dr. Dirk Runtuboy, MKes, Universitas Udayana Denpasar, Dr. Randa Nilu Watinyasi, MSc, PhD, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha Singaraja, Profesor Dr. Inenga Suparta, MSI, Universitas Mataram, Profesor Dr. Andes Dedi Suhendra, MSI, PhD, Universitas Negeri Malang, Profesor Dr. Hadi Suwono, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, Profesor Dr. Astin Lukum, MSc, and Faculty of Biology, Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana, Dr. Randa Luciawati Dewi, MSc. We are truly grateful for your support, valuable contribution, and attendance. We would like also to extend our sincere gratitude to our speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Anchana Pratep, Associate Professor Dr. Sutida Rakapao, Dr. Panu Taini Ramit, Assistant Professor Dr. Singa Prasitpong, Mr. Wisarut Paipung, and Ms. Nuchanat Suchatpong from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. Khop Khun Ka. From Yokohama National University, Japan, Professor Dr. Junji Shikata, Professor Dr. Seiya Negami, Professor Atsuhiro Nakamoto, and Associate Professor Kenta Ozekeni. Domo, arigatou gozaimasu. Professor Dr. Hadi Suwono from Universitas Negeri Malang, Professor Dr. M. Basharuddin Ar-Rahman from University Putra Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Zulkarnain Mohammed from University Malaya. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. And Dr. Prasad Kaparaju from Griffith University, Australia. Thank you for the excellent presentation. We also thank to our moderator of this conference, Insinyur Feki Armantiri, MSc, PhD from Universitas Samratulangi, Manado. Profesor Komang Darmawan, PhD from Universitas Udayana, Denpasar. Dr. Bambang Fajar Suryadi from Universitas Mataram. Dr. Renard Henderite LOH, MSc from Universitas Cendrawasih. Dan Dr. Insinyur Reini Tumbol, MAP, PhD from Universitas Samratulangi, Manado. Thank you for serving as a moderator at the Icon Smart 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that this occasion should be a good starting for the coming activities. And we truly hope that you had a fruitful experience of learning, sharing, and networking. Last but not least, thank you to all 729 conference participants from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, India, Algeria, Iraq, Philippines, Taiwan, Germany, Australia, Azerbaijan, Canada, Morocco, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Uruguay. And we apologize for not being able to accommodate the request of all participants who wants to join the Icon Smart 2022. We hope to see all in 2023. I'm deeply appreciative to committee members of Icon Smart 2022 for their work and energy are making difference here at Discovery Kartika Plaza Hotel Bali, and all the wonderful volunteers who were involved in planning this event. We could do this event without you. With that, thank you and have a great conference.
Thank you to Mrs. Susan. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the opening of ceremony of Icon Smart 2022. We will have a coffee break now. Coffee and tea are provided in this room, and we will start the plenary session in 15 minutes.
Only university in North Sulawesi with the accredited status.
Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Faculty of Economic and Business, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Faculty of Culture and Languages, Faculty of Mathematics and Science, and Faculty of Public Health. Unsrat also has a postgraduate program that offers master's and doctorate degrees.
Until now, tens of thousands of students from all over Indonesia have studied at the Samratulangi University.
Welcome to Cendrawasih University. As the largest campus in Papua, Cendrawasih University exists to improve human resources in the eastern region of Indonesia. The university, located in Jayapura City, has the vision to become an excellent university with cultural characteristic and environmental insight. This campus continues to improve and collaborate with stakeholders to improve the Udayana services on higher education. Today, Cendrawasih University consists of 9 faculties, 1 postgraduate program and 86 study programs at the diploma, bachelor, master, and doctoral level. With a variety of supporting facilities that are continuously improved, Cendrawasih University will continue to grow and have an impact on a better Papua.
Bali is an island of 1,000 temples and blessed by beautiful nature and culture. Bali always has a way to stand strong on its own with compassion and tolerance, without forgetting the character and culture of their people. The local wisdom is resembled in the vision of Udayana University as the oldest university in the island of the gods. Udayana University was established on September 29, 1958, and firstly initiated from the Faculty of Literature, which was originally a branch of Erlangga University. This faculty was inaugurated by Sir Karno and officially established as Udayana University on August 17, 1962. Since its establishment, Udayana University has been committed to produce graduates in accordance with the vision of the university: excellence, self-reliance, and culture. Excellence means competitive, innovative, and able to compete in specific fields in local, national, and international levels. Self-reliance means having the ability of leadership and entrepreneurship to manage resources in producing innovations that benefit the development of science and community services. Cultured means maintaining the academic life in the university based on the noble values of the state philosophy, Pancasila, and local wisdom by promoting honesty and harmony between thoughts, words, and good deeds. Trikaya Parisuda. Udayana University has 13 faculties and postgraduate programs consisting of various cross-scientific disciplines. These faculties are built and developed according to the needs of the community. The university has 1,644 lecturers. These qualified lecturers are supported by comprehensive facilities to meet the needs of 29,985 active students. The competence of Udayana University has been proven by the accreditation from the National University Accreditation Board. On an international level, Udayana University received 3 stars from the QS Star Rating. Udayana University brings an active learning system involving the lecturer and students. In addition, Udayana University has e-learning systems which open a direct discussion room between lecturers and students to increase effectiveness of the learning process. Udayana University also provides facilities for student activities to develop soft skills and hard skills in non-academic fields. Udayana University continues to improve its quality and strengthen itself as one of the universities in the central region of Indonesia, which has the largest number of foreign students. Recently, the number of foreign students attending regular education program at Udayana University are 226 students that spread across various faculties. 1,200 to 1,500 foreign students from various backgrounds and continents such as Asia, Australia, and Europe participates in various short course programs, exchange programs, as well as internship programs at Udayana University every year. Udayana University are both domestic and international collaborations with various institutions. Domestic collaborations developed by Udayana University together with the central government, regional governments, state and private universities, and private sectors, amounted to 336 cooperations until 2019. Udayana University also has 236 international collaborations with various institutions and universities abroad in Asia, America, and Europe until 2019. These collaborations have expanded the connections and established Udayana University as reputable institution by various domestic and foreign partners. In accordance with the Tree Dharma of higher education, Udayana University also practices community service activities. The community services target various layers of society with this principle. The benefits from what is learned shall be returned to the community, especially in developing the community welfare. Udayana University is the agent of change, and we shall continue to grow and serve the communities with our knowledge and integrity. Taki takini sewaka guna widya. People who oblige knowledge shall pursue wisdom and virtue. Change your life. Start here at Udayana University.
Songkhla University, or PSU, is the first and largest university in southern Thailand. Today, PSU is a leading research-based university in Asia, committed to academic excellence, reputable research, and innovation. That's why PSU always ranked in the top 10 university of Thailand. The Faculty of Science is considered to be one of the largest and the most outstanding faculties in the university. The Faculty of Science opens programs for all degrees programs, including bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees. The faculty now offers 12 undergraduate and 30 graduate programs. All the programs are divided into 4 divisions: physical science, biological science, computational science, and health and applied sciences. The Faculty of Science is proud of its distinguished record of achievement in teaching, research, development, and services to the community. It has contributed significantly to the development of the country and consistently turned out well-qualified graduates of high professional standing. There are 11 main research fields and 15 research networks. At the Faculty of Science, you can enjoy excellent teaching and learning facilities. You can conduct all experiments through the laboratory by yourself, and you will get a valuable experience that you may have never seen before.
Established in 2007 with the name Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science in the University of Mataram, located in Mataram City, West Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science now has 5 bachelor study programs, including biology, physics, chemistry, mathematics, and environmental science. The vision of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science is to be a higher education institution with internationally competitive natural resource research by the year 2025. It is rated good in teaching and learning, research, and in innovation and collaboration. The good learning and teaching rating is earned with accreditation on a continuous basis. As one of Nusa Tenggara's centres of research, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science at University of Mataram is supported by several professors and researchers who have gained world recognition while using modern technology and facilities. The Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science at the University of Mataram also continues to collaborate and build synergies with government, industry, and other higher education institutions. By upholding 3 pillars of education that comprise education, research, and community services, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science at University of Mataram will consistently produce excellent human resources.
Welcome to Faculty of Biology, Universitas Kristen Satyawacana, Salatiga. Our vision is being able to be a center of excellence in Indonesia, especially in bioscience and its applied in foods, industries, and environmental sectors, and also in biology education. In Faculty of Biology, we also have many competent lecturers and talented students. Faculty of Biology also has some facilities such as laboratories, library, classrooms, and many others. And these are our learning and laboratory activities.
Gerard Tamuntuan.
We encourage you to visit Fakultas
Gerard
Biologi
Tamuntuan.
Universitas Kristen Satyawacana.
Gerard, panggil Pak Gerard.
Biology for a better life.
Management, Public Administration, Faculty of Law, Law Science, Faculty of Education, Guidance and Counseling, Education Management, Non-Formal Education, Elementary Teacher Education, Early Childhood Teacher Education, Faculty of Social Science, History Education, Pancasila and Civics Education, Sociology, Information Science, Faculty of Medical Science, Medical Science, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Mathematics Education, Mathematics, Statistics, Biology Education, Physics Education, Natural Science Education, Physics, Chemistry Education, Chemistry, Geological Engineering, Geography Education, Faculty of Health and Sports, Pharmacy, Public Health, Nursing Science, Sports Coaching Education, Physical Education, Faculty of Fishery and Marine Science, Aquaculture, Aquatic Resource Management, Fish Product Technology, Faculty of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Animal Husbandry, Agritechnology, Food Technology Science, Faculty of Letters and Cultures, Indonesian Language Education, English Language Education, Tourism, Music, Dance, and Performing Arts Education, Faculty of Engineering, Civil Engineering, Building Construction Vocational Education, Electrical Engineering, Information Technology Education, Information System, Architecture Engineering, Visual Arts Education, Industrial Engineering, Mechanical Engineering Education, Master's Programs, Master Program of Indonesian Language Education, Master Program of English Language Education, Master Program of Education Administration, Master Program of Academics Education, Master Program of Educational Technology, Master Program of Non-Formal Education, Master Program of Elementary Education, Master Program of Mathematics Education, Master Program of Pancasila and Civics Education, Master Program of Biology Education, Master Program of Physics Education, Master Program of Population and Environment, Master Program of Law Science, Master Program of Fishery and Marine Science, Master Program of Public Administration, Master Program of Agribusiness, Doctoral Programs, Doctoral Program of Applied Linguistics, Doctoral Program of Natural Science Education, Doctoral Program of Public Administration, Doctoral Program of Educational Science.
Samratulangi University is the only university in North Sulawesi with the accredited status.
Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Faculty of Economic and Business, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Faculty of Culture and Languages, Faculty of Mathematics and Science, and Faculty of Public Health. Unsrat also has a postgraduate program that offers master's and doctorate degrees.
Until now, tens of thousands of students from all over Indonesia have studied at the Samratulangi University.
Welcome to Cendrawasih University. As the largest campus in Papua, Cendrawasih University exists to improve human resources in the eastern region of Indonesia. The university, located in Jayapura City, has the vision to become an excellent university with cultural characteristics and environmental insight. This campus continues to improve and collaborate with stakeholders to improve the three-dimensional services on higher education. Today, Cendrawasih University consists of 9 faculties, 1 postgraduate program, and 86 study programs at the diploma, bachelor, master, and doctoral level. With a variety of supporting facilities that are continuously improved, Cendrawasih University will continue to grow and have an impact on a better Papua.
Bali is an island of 1,000 temples and blessed by beautiful nature and culture. Bali always has a way to stand strong on its own with compassion and tolerance, without forgetting the character and culture of their people. The local wisdom is resembled in the vision of Udayana University as the oldest university in the island of the gods. Udayana University was established on September 29, 1958, and firstly initiated from the Faculty of Literature, which was originally a branch of Erlangga University. This faculty was inaugurated by Soekarno and officially established as Udayana University on August 17, 1962. Since its establishment, Udayana University has been committed to produce graduates in accordance with the vision of the university: excellence, self-reliance, and cultured. Excellence means competitive, innovative, and able to compete in specific fields in local, national, and international levels. Self-reliance means having the ability of leadership and entrepreneurship to manage resources in producing innovations that benefit the development of science and community services. Cultured means maintaining the academic life in the university based on the noble values of the state philosophy, Pancasila, and local wisdom by promoting honesty and harmony between thoughts, words, and good deeds, Trikaya Parisuda. Udayana University has 13 faculties and postgraduate programs consisting of various cross-scientific disciplines. These faculties are built and developed according to the needs of the community. The university has 1,644 lecturers. These qualified lecturers are supported by comprehensive facilities to meet the needs of 29,985 active students. The competence of Udayana University has been proven by the accreditation from the National University Accreditation Board. On an international level, Udayana University received 3 stars from the QS Star rating. Udayana University brings an active learning system involving the lecturer and students. In addition, Udayana University has e-learning systems which open a direct discussion room between lecturers and students to increase effectiveness of the learning process. Udayana University also provides facilities for student activities to develop soft skills and hard skills in non-academic fields. Udayana University continues to improve its quality and strengthen itself as one of the universities in the central region of Indonesia, which has the largest number of foreign students. Recently, the number of foreign students attending regular education program at Udayana University are 226 students that spread across various faculties. 1,200 to 1,500 foreign students from various backgrounds and continents such as Asia, Australia, and Europe participates in various short course programs, exchange programs, as well as internship programs at Udayana University every year. Udayana University are both domestic and international collaborations with various institutions. Domestic collaborations developed by Udayana University together with the central government, regional governments, state and private universities, and private sectors amounted to 336 cooperations until 2019. Udayana University also has 236 international collaborations with various institutions and universities abroad in Asia, America, and Europe until 2019. These collaborations have expanded the connections and established Udayana University as reputable institution by various domestic and foreign partners. In accordance with the Tree Dharma of higher education, Udayana University also practices community service activities. The community services target various layers of society with this principle: the benefits from what is learned shall be returned to the community, especially in developing the community welfare. Udayana University is the agent of change, and we shall continue to grow and serve the communities with our knowledge and integrity. Taki takini sewaka guna widya. People who oblige knowledge shall pursue wisdom and virtue. Change your life. Start here at Udayana University.
kita dan dia. Begitu tuh?
Nanti kan mau baca tuh semua.
Oh iya.
Baru nanti kan mau baca
Oke.
NER PCV.
Iya.
Nanti kan NER yang panggil siapa yang akan jadi pembicara
Oke.
dengan NER.
Oke, begitu juga.
Iya.
Jadi Putri sebutkan dulu semua.
Iya.
Habis itu undang penyidik ini. Terus kita tes.
Okay. The last call to all participants. Please enter the hall because the plenary session will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume the Icon Smart now with plenary session with speakers. Number 1, Associate Professor Dr. Anchana Pratep from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. Number 2, Professor Dr. Junji Shitaka from Yokohama National University, Japan. The third one is Professor Dr. Basharudin from University Putra, Malaysia. The fourth one is Professor Dr. Hadi Suyono from Malang State University, Indonesia. And the fifth one is Professor Dr. Sulkarmin Muhammad from University Malaya. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator, Dr. Insinyur Feki Ermantiri, MSc, PhD. Dr. Feki is a senior lecturer and the Vice Dean for Academics and Collaboration Affairs of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences at Samratulangi University, Manado, Indonesia. He holds a PhD in Biological Sciences from the University of Newcastle, Australia, a Master of Science in Molecular Biology and Biochemistry from Simon Fraser University, Canada, and also a BSc of Faculty of Agriculture, UNPAD, from University of Samratulangi. His field of expertise and research interests include molecular biology, environmental biotechnology, and bioinformatics. The most outstanding research as performance from Faculty of Science, University Newcastle, Australia is one of Mr. Feki's awards.
Hello. I'd like to welcome all of you today here to the third Icon Smart. My name is Feki Mantiri. I am the chair or moderator for the first plenary speaker, which is Dr. Anchana Pratep from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. Please, Dr. Songkla. Before we proceed to her presentation, I'd like to introduce Dr. Anchana Pratep. by reading her short biography. Dr. Anchana Pratap, she's an associate professor, currently being evaluated for professorship from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. She holds an administrative position as a director of Center for Excellence in Biodiversity of Peninsular Thailand. And she is now the Dean of Faculty of Science, Prince of Songkla University. Her contribution to the academic and related association include steering committee members of Ocean Remote Sensing for Coastal Habitat Mapping, specialist of the International Union for Conservation, IUCN Seagrass Red List Authority. She did her PhD in biological science in the University of Liverpool, UK, and BSc in biology from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. Her research interests include the biodiversity and ecology of seaweed and seagrass across Thai coast and Indo-Pacific Ocean with various collaborators and sectors. She's also interested in the climate change, blue carbon, and try to understand how these organisms help and respond to such scenario. She has written a lot of publications, which I cannot mention here one by one. And today, Dr. Anchana Pratap is delivering a talk that she entitled Networking, a better way to learn and share our knowledges and lead to a greater impact. So without further ado, please join me to welcome Dr. Anchana Pratap. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
You have
Thank you
20
very
minutes
much.
presentation and 5-minute Q&A session.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you, Professor Ferke. Good morning, everyone. This is a very different setup that I'm usually as academia. You stand at the podium and you talk. This is fantastic setup, I think. And welcome people at home through the hybrid system. The number is great. Overall, we have maybe 1,000, which is fantastic. So thank you for the opportunity. Also, it's important to mention Professor Benny. His energy is so fantastic. So I have to keep up with that energy as a first speaker. So welcome to the talk. As Professor Ferke mentioned, I'm a marine biologist by training. I'm into the conservation, ecology, and move a little bit further into the climate change. So that's my background in research. But as a dean, you probably can't talk much about your own research. But I have a touch of it because you can't say no to who you truly are. But as a dean, the title as mentioned, networking, a better forward to share our knowledge, either in teaching, learning, researching, and I believe that is going to lead us to a greater impact. This event is actually one of the networking, as we can say. Yeah, so my name there, and then the team that put together the networking. So when we look at us, I'm come from Thailand, but we are actually look at it as a Southeast Asian region, right? Malaysia, Indonesia, and also our colleague nearby, the Philippines and all that. So I think we have a lot in common to share. The scenario, for example, we have similar culture, diversity, resources, or even the problems. So it's good opportunity to kind of get together and have this kind of event to be able to really share whatever our interest, problem. So to make it better, how we can do that. So I have the next slide, please. Even we have it as our networking. We also have this professor from Yokohama. So the networking is important. The region itself is important, but we can't say no to the global network as well. This is some of the history that for PSU perspective, that we have the collaboration with the Indonesia, right? When we look at it, we also have the SDG goals that we have to carry on as academia. What we are trying to do is actually look at it as a quality of education. So many deans here, through many networks, how we can help improving the quality of the education. Our knowledge is certainly going to improve the climate action. As mentioned, I'm the marine biologist by training. I'm a conservationist. So what I can do is bringing something into this in terms of the climate change, in terms of life below water. So that's probably my expertise. But as mentioned, we are here as a networking. We are trying to reach the goal number 17, right? The partnership for the global impact, for the certain goals, right? We also have this kind of title. But I think to get together, we can reach so many different goals. What I'm trying to say today, probably more toward, as mentioned, the education, a little bit of my research on the climate change and life below water, right? Now, let me zoom into what I'm trying to say. I'm selling here is the better way for the learning. When we have the pandemic, we cannot have it on site. But what we learn is we come up with this kind of program called COI, which is stand for, have to go back a little bit, stand for the Collaborative Online International Learning. So there is a great benefit of that. I'm going to tell you further into details, and this kind of concept, I think is quite important, right? So this is some of the example that we have run it through our faculty members with the collaboration from various universities. If you look at the number, we have certain projects, we have certain university, we also have many participants. The win not just only for the PSU student, but also from the various students that come to join the COI project. With the pandemic, luckily, Zoom become very common. Nowadays, we can do hybrid. We have Microsoft Teams, we have certain technology that can help build up the learning to be more fun. As mentioned, look at the name again, the COI, Collaborative Online International Learning. Previous the pandemic, when we do the research, when we do the teaching, normally it has to be face-to-face, but with this COI, we can do further. And there are a lot of wins under this COI program, which I'm going to mention further. So next slide, please. So what actually is COI, right? COI is actually a way of learning through the online. Two parties, three parties come together. There is certain structure that if we are as an academia, teacher coming to learn, there is a certain section structure, ice breaking, introduction, the teamwork, how to evaluate. And what the win of the COI actually, because we can gather the team as a network here. We can have many institutes, many different faculty to join the program. And then those are the benefits that is listed down there. I wouldn't go into detail, but you can read it. And then next slide. How COI is work, right? It's quite easy because it comes, as mentioned, a very clear instruction, right? To follow of the COI, 4 to 12 weeks to develop the program, the learning together. And as mentioned, there is a certain structure there. You can put it at ice breaking as the discussing project. So if 2-3 university faculty come together, they can discuss the project. They can come up with certain structure that how you run that. And it takes only 4 to 12 weeks to run this kind of program, right? Next slide. Please. So what is the win of the COI actually? If we look at it, the win would be, as we come from different parts of the country, the region, the student will learn different language. They will deploy the English, right? But underneath the language, there is actually different diversity of the culture. So COI going to help bringing our students into better English, better diversity, and they can then be a very global citizen that we like them to become as our student. So those are some of the win. What the role of the student, what the role of the professor that like to join this. The COI project actually developed by the team in US in 2000, but it's not going to go very quickly until the pandemic. And our university at PSU, we also adopt this, and it's become quite successful. Even we say that the pandemic is kind of slow down, but with this, I think should be stick because it's a good way for the student to learn, right? So that the benefit and how the student responsibility, the professor also have a good responsibility of what they have to do to run the COI. Okay. Next slide, please. Now, as mentioned, it's quite easy for me for the COI because it's already say who doing what, how we going to work it as a team, what to decide, who is the player there. So there is a certain setup, there is a certain structure, which also I like to promote and invite everyone here that interested doing this COI with our university. We are very welcome, and we think it's a good opportunity, a good learning also for the students. Next slide, please. So how to set up, actually, because we have, for example, I'm probably a seagrass biologist or marine biologist, and run this course also at PSU. But each individual also have the course back home, right? So basically, we just join force. We can develop the idea, the concept together. So the lecturer comes sit down, planning, decide the course together. The student also have to play the role in discussing, identifying, and work it as a team player. And then at the end, they also have to learn how to give the feedback, evaluate the course and the learning. So that's how they set up as the COI project. Next slide, please. So what else, how we can set up? These are some of the examples. Next slide, please. For example, this is some of how we can develop the COI project, right? This is example from the Mexico and US. The class can be artificial intelligence, but in US, it can be Spanish. They can join force, develop the topic together, and it's become smart technology for everyone. And then the student take time and spend learning on this. It's not necessarily to be the hard science, but remember that we are trying to build certain skill for our students. The language, for example, the cultural diversity, for example, the teamwork, for example, the way how can they express themselves, time management. So this kind of a very good strategy for learning, right? The next one, please. Another example, this is from Turkey and the US, right? People have the class in forensic side. The other have the class in photography. They develop, the lecturer get together, develop a class called, title called photographic evidence, right? So with this, not necessarily to be exact same topic, but the topic that you think that professor is interested, develop it together. It would be a good win for our student, right? So that's how the COI can develop the topic. Big win going to be for the student. The technology, the Zoom, the hybrid is already there. So that's how I like to promote networking in terms of learning and teaching. Next slide, please. So look at this. It's a quick metrics that we can look. If we have a good technology, Okay, video conference, audio, that's a good way. The student can have a very good interactive, right? But if you don't have a very good technology, that's fine. You go the other way. But it's very good for the student to have a chance to exchange idea from one another, right? So we can put it in this matrix and try to build our student. Next slide, please. So here, if you are interested in COI, right? You have your IR or the dean can actually contact me. And then we are very open to develop the COI program. So that can be a way forward and one of the networking in terms of teaching and learning. Next slide, please. So if you are interested doing this COI, a great way for teaching and learning, you can actually scan the QR code. We're going to have the Zoom instruction going in July 2022, right? So that's another way. Teaching, learning, and networking, a good win for the student because they can learn so many things by working together, right? This afternoon also, my team is over there. We believe in teaching and learning. So the group there, maybe you can stand up, please, right? So those are the team that going to help workshopping this afternoon at 1 p.m., right? Because I think even I'm research by heart. I'm a researcher by heart. But I know that teaching and learning is very important nowadays. And have this kind of workshop, face-to-face with the student. Whatever opportunity is good for students, we should do it, right? It's kind of our responsible as well nowadays. Okay, so that teaching and learning part. Let me also skip to the next slide. Allow me to talk a little bit further about the research at our university, right? We have this kind of roadmap. I myself is a marine and coastal, right? We also have the agriculture, aquaculture. Rubber is quite important in Thailand, and also think it is also here. And then the medicine. So those are the themes for the research that we set up at the university. We also have this core knowledge, and we also have this core technology. We also have the roadmap time frame. So I just open up a little bit further about our research. Next slide, please. How we run the research at our faculty. We are develop the research and then divide it into the network as well. So the network is just within the faculty, and it can expand it into the other faculty within the university. But today I come here, I really hope that we can expand, extend our network, not just only here in this room, but also outside through the hybrid. So that we are setting up, and I truly believe that networking is quite important and it's more fun. Working alone is kind of boring sometimes, and you get tired of yourself. So have hand in hands with friends. It's always important. So the next slide. So within each network, I myself, as mentioned, I'm there. Just one more click. So that's me. I'm the director of the biodiversity. So if anyone is interested in doing research in biodiversity, you can really contact me, right? And again, I'm emphasized in this region, we share a lot of problems, a lot of resources, a lot of interest. So it's quite important to have a very good networking as well in the region. Next slide, please. So I'm quickly just try to promote and let you have a quick go through our network. This team is looking at the agriculture and biotechnology. They are the leading director there. Next slide, please. In the medicine and in the engineer, right? So the next slide. We also have a core group that interested to work in the theory. So this group is in mathematics and statistics, right? So saying that, just give you the overview of learning, teaching, and also the networking in terms of research. Allow me to give you some example of my research. I believe that doing this kind of networking is going to allow us more fun in research and also to have a very good impact in terms of research. I'm doing the carbon research. If I do it just myself, I'm going to be just only one that doing carbon in Thailand. Not very good in impact, right? Thailand is important, but if we can join force, Indonesia, Malaysia, any other country, so our result would be greater impact, as mentioned. I also believe it's important to nurture the internship program. They come in, they know nothing, but we have to open hand. So at the faculty, we have the program from internship to the PhD to the postdoc. Next slide, please. So this is what we look like back home. This is my group, right? Seaweed and seagrass. We're doing research in seaweed and seagrass. As mentioned, I'm ecologist myself, but yesterday I met a professor who work in the natural product. They can certainly pick the seaweed and seagrass. And again, we can join force because the biodiversity is just there. We share so many similar things, right? Next slide, please. These are just some of the examples. If we go out there in Bali Sea, I'm certain that it's very similar to the sea that I come from, either in Songkhla, in Phuket. We share a lot in common. But if we can really join force, sharing what we are doing, it's going to give us a better, a greater impact. Next slide, please. Right. This is just the ecosystem service. This is what it looked like at home. But I'm certain that this is also it looked like in Malaysia. This is also what it looked like in Indonesia. Why not we share our knowledge? That's the problem. We have to be talking a little bit more and how we can join force, right? So I quickly go to this. I wouldn't go into detail much. Just next slide, please. Because by joining force, actually, we can really help the world. This is some of the example. IUCN mentioned how we can help with the climate change. Actually, seagrass can accumulate, absorb a lot of carbon. There is the scheme called nature-based solution. If we can share our knowledge, we can really say in the region how much carbon we can help storage, how this can improve the problem with the climate change. Just some of the examples that it's important to really share and join our research as well. Next slide, please. Just another click, please. This is just a quick video of our research. Can just, okay. This is our research and the scenario that we are working. Again, I just emphasize, Indonesia is so big, so many islands. And by working together, I'm sure that we're going to pick up our knowledge quickly, and again, would be more fun, right? And the opportunity because of the climate change. Our nature-based solution, our resources, is actually can help. Oh, not that one. I think something wrong. That me when I was in UK many years ago. Time it up. Professor Frankie mentioned this time it up. So I just finished my talk saying that if you are interested, networking just important. Teaching and learning is very clear that if we can join force using the COI, that would be a great win for our students. Working together as a network in research also would be another win. And we are very much open for any kind of collaboration that you think is going to be benefit for any of us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Anjana Pratap.
Thank you.
What a fascinating and thought-provoking presentation. If I may summarize your presentation, I think we all agree that international collaboration and networking is the way forward for higher education and research.
Yes.
We now have 5 minutes for a Q&A session. I will take 3 questions as a start. Is there any questions from the audience? Or maybe I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Feki.
Any question?
I think this international conference highlight your talk for today.
Yes.
So can you please share a little bit about how your university dealt with COVID-19 pandemic in terms of delivering your teaching?
Okay, thank you. When actually the COVID happened, I'm the first one actually that we say that we shut down the faculty, because at first we know nothing about COVID, right? We don't know how bad it's going to be, but we know that it's life-threatening at the very beginning. So I decided let's shut down the faculty and switch everything online, because we have the capacity to do things online. So that's how we dealt with it at the very beginning. But later on, we also understand better that the skill set is very important for the student. So we ease up a little bit. If the student want to do the lab, the skill set, they can come in, right? We have to set a very good system to really allow students, especially the postgraduate student, to come in and have their skill set, have their research going. And that's how we dealt with it at the very beginning. And throughout the years, we learn better. Professor Feki.
Okay.
Thank you.
So is there any more question? Okay, I'll take one from the Dean of Universitas Udayana and one from the Dean from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, and also one from Dr. Denny there. Okay, please, Ibu Wati.
Thank you, Chairman. Please introduce myself as Wati, the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences from Udayana University. I have a question. You working on seagrasses and a carbon sink. So is there any information that, as we know that Bali has some seagrass beds actually, but some of them are affected by the tourism industries, particularly for decking the boats. So is there any information about how we can manage the seagrasses, for example, and do you have any information of what, is there any differences, of course, in the impacts of environmental damage, particularly for the seagrasses and the carbon sink that you studied? Thank you.
Thank you. We actually learned a lot, actually. Maybe you can move further into some of my slides that we have the networking, and then we are able to kind of roughly calculate the carbon sink through the network, actually. So we have a representative from the Indonesia to work on this, but as mentioned, it's very lovely. And also the boat activity actually is going to be a little bit negative effect on the seagrass. So zoning and management is quite important. But I think in a way we have to learn how to deal with this kind of tourism as well. So finding a balance, zoning is quite also a way to do it, I think. The seagrass is a good thing because it's tough, right? It can survive, even it has been a lot of anthropogenic or tourism. So we kind of looking at it as a bright side, that's what I believe, but we still need a very good manager to look into our coastal biodiversity.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
Can maybe, yeah.
The next one, Pak Nenga.
Thank you, Prof. Feki, for the chance. Actually,
the presentation is really great, yes. And I'm really interested in the first part in terms of using coil with or without COVID-19 pandemic, I think. But I have some experiences in doing online learning. I think some of us here also have similar things. For us, in doing online learning, we face a great challenge. At least there are two challenges we have to overcome. The first one is about giving motivation, because we, according to my experience, there are so many reasons coming from our students to excuse themselves to be not online and so on and so on. So that is the first thing. And the second one is about evaluation process. Doing evaluation step in online learning has many difficulties. Yes, I think the reason is really normal because of human being. Looking for easier one to have a higher results. Yes, I think that is the problems. Probably based on your experiences, COIL will be good for us. And I think you have already think about anything to minimize that challenges and to have high quality results. Thank you for your chance, for the chance. That's all. Oh, my name is Inengah Suparta. Yes, I am from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, now the Dean of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Faculty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the third question, Dr. Denny, please.
Okay, thank you, Professor Feki, and also nice to meet you, Anjana. See you again after 13 years. All right, as said my Dean, Bu Wati, previously, that about seagrass in Bali. Yep, I need maybe your experience in developing of seagrass theory and also science in Thailand. Because we know that seagrass currently is still being, is still as a stepdaughter compared to coral reef and also mangrove. And then maybe do you have an idea for Bali particularly? You know, in Bali, it's surrounded by seagrass. Based on my data, yep, Bali is very good on seagrass. And also we have made some map, especially in Bali. And then maybe do you have an idea how to improve, I mean, to show maybe to government or to any other stakeholder that seagrass has an important value in the incoming years and years. But now already on blue carbon, and maybe do you have an idea what's supposed to be done in the incoming time? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mendy. So nice to meet him again, actually. 13 years. And that was my first time in Bali. This is the second time and see the same face. 13 years, we've been through so many things, right? Not to mention the COVID. So I'm grateful for the opportunity. Now when we talk about the blue carbon, it's become new currency, if they say that. Because what happened is in the COP26, they said carbon neutral. Thai government, they mentioned clearly about 2050, that they will do carbon neutrality. But they don't know how to do it yet. So what we can say to the government is not easy, but we have to show ourselves that the natural resources, that they say nature's solution would be the way forward. Because if they do a lot, they might think of green energy, better EV, so that's engineer. So let them do that. But for us, we should be able to calculate how much the carbon could be sequestered, addition to the carbon stock, and then that eventually help reducing the carbon. So in Thailand at the moment, we push very hard. So the private sector would be the one that coming in and play, because they would be the one that put the money in, and they want the carbon tax. They want the carbon credit to go and claim that. they are being green. So something along the way. They are working very hard to try to convince the government and the private sector to coming in. And then we as the scientists should have a lot of saying in terms of using our knowledge to help the environment. So I can say that. And I'm looking forward for further information that we can collaborate together, Dr. Benny. Right? So can I state a little bit, go back in your point? We face the same problem, the student being lazy, right? They have a very good excuse of try to peak. So the exam probably is not a way forward to do it. So everyone has the same problem. I think our associate dean, she is very strong in teaching. And she said that we have to find a better way to assess our students. So the same way of doing things like the paper exam wouldn't be the way forward anymore. So COI, for example, you have a group of the students working together, you have a good assignment as a teamwork up, and then how to access the student. Hopefully, they would try to change the attitude, getting more involved, and slowly, bit by bit, I think, hopefully, we will teach our students have more fun in learning, right? We all face the same thing, and it's a big challenging that we should get together. And I think, again, I believe in networking. So if we can have a group of students work together, that would be a good opportunity for them as a learning process as well. Thank you.
Okay, unfortunately, we are limited in time, so I have to limit the questions to only 3 questions. If you have some more questions, you can directly ask Dr. Anjana Patel during lunchtime, I think. So, thank you very much again for your very thought-provoking and fascinating.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution to Icon Smart.
Very
Thank
welcome.
you.
Thank you, Professor Feki.
Thank you.
Can I just have one of my last slide to
Sure.
present?
Yes.
Just one, the last slide, please. I'm selling some of the, because I believe in networking, right? So we are hosting this IMTGT, so you can go through it all, the last slide. So at PSU, we're going to host it in 8-9 December, right? So anyone is very welcome. It's an IMTGT network. So we have the 4 sessions, the bioeconomy, circular economy, green economy, and the digital economy. So that divided into 4 sessions. And we are now open for the registration. That's one thing that I like to mention. The other thing would be the COI. So if anyone is interested, so please just scan. And any other question, just email me. That's my email at the bottom. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Putri.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Dr. Feki. I would like to invite the second moderator, which is Professor Komang Darmawan, PhD. Professor Komang is a teaching staff at Department of Mathematics in Udayana University. He holds a bachelor in ITB Mathematics, a master in UNSW Applied Mathematics, and a doctorate in UNSW Financial Mathematics. Professor Komang, his areas interest is in optimal control theory, financial mathematics, risk theory lecture at Udayana University since 1988.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to work with, collaborate with Professor Junji Shikata from Japan. Before we start, let me introduce Professor Sikata.
Yes. Can you see my slide?
Professor Sikata, before we start, let me introduce yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Junji Sikata is a lecturer and also a dean of the Faculty of Environment and Information Science, Yokohama National University. He received his PhD in 2000 in mathematics, Osaka University, Osaka, Japan. From now, he's been the researcher in the Faculty of Environment and Information Science, Yokohama National University. Okay. Today, he will present his research interests including cryptology, information theory, theoretical computer science, and computational number theory. Okay, Professor, your time is yours. Please, you can start.
Okay, thank you. Can I share the slide? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, so.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you see my slide?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Junji Shikata from Yokohama National University, Japan. It is a pleasure for me to give a talk as a plenary speaker of this conference. And currently, I'm Dean of Faculty of Environment and Information Sciences, Yokohama National University, Japan. Today, I would like to give a talk about group testing and its application to cryptography. And first of all, let me apologize that I cannot join the conference on site because of some reasons, including coronavirus regulations of my university. Okay, so I'd like to change the slide, but sorry. Okay. First, let me introduce group testing. This is algorithm or protocol which has been developed mainly in bioinformatics. Group testing is a method to detect some special items called defectives, bad ones, among many whole items with a small number of tests than the trivial individual testing for each item. And applications of group testing include screening blood samples for detecting a disease and detecting clones having a particular DNA sequence, and efficient examination for infectious disease, and constructing cryptographic protocols, and so on. And this group testing technique was first considered by Dorman. He considered group testing to efficiently detect blood samples contaminated by syphilis during World War II. And since then, group testing has been advanced as a research area of computer science, such as bioinformatics. So, okay. By the next slide, I will explain the group testing concretely. Suppose that there are several bad elements in a large finite set. So in this illustration, there are 8 items, and numbers 3 and 4 are bad ones, and the other ones are good. So the purpose is to detect the bad ones, I mean 3 and 4. So in group testing, we suppose that the following test is possible. So we can choose any subset of the whole set. In this illustration, number 1, 2, 4, 5 are selected. And then test. The result is as follows. If the result is good, all of them are good. But if the result is bad, we can say that at least one of them is bad. So, for example, suppose that there are 8 cups of tea, and there may be a poison tea among them. And the purpose is to specify which one is poison tea. And the group testing is very simple in the context of this example, because we prepare a cup, and we mix the 4 cups from number 1, 2, 4, 5, and mix. We examine the mixed tea, and if poison is detected, we can say that there is a poison among the 1, 2, 4, or 5. And if we select 3, if we select, for example, 7 and 8 and mixed, and we test the mixed tea from 7 and 8, of course, the result is good. So we can say that there is no poison in cups of number 7 and 8. So this is an example of group testing. And the purpose is that we want to test with small number of tests than individual testing. I mean, the purpose of group testing is to specify all the bad elements by testing subset of full set as a bad, such that the number of testing is smaller than that of individual testing. Okay, so if we check 8 cups where there might be a poison, we need to test 8 times if we perform individual testing. But so if we can construct elegant algorithm, we can specify all poison tea less than 8 tests. And group testing can be classified in the following 2 types. The first one is non-adaptive group testing. And in this group testing, all subsets to be tested are selected beforehand. And the second one, adaptive group testing. In this testing, a subset to be tested is selected after knowing the result of the previous test. So, in general, adaptive group testing is efficient than non-adaptive group testing. So this is an example of adaptive group testing based on binary search. So in the previous example, we can construct the following algorithms. First, we define group 1, which consists of whole set and test. Because 3 and 4 are bad ones, the result is bad. So this is first test. The second one is we divide the group 1 into 2 disjoint subsets. In this slide, we define the first subset as which consists of 1, 2, 3, 4. And the second one consists of 5, 6, 7, 8. And because 3 and 4 are bad ones, the result of group 2-1 is bad. But the second group testing output good result. So we can specify the bad one is in the subset of consisting of 1, 2, 3, and 4. In the next group testing, we divide the first group into the following 2 sets. The first one is 1 and 2, and the second subset consists of 3 and 4. And we test again. And because 1 and 2 are good ones, the result is good. So we eliminate these 2 items for the candidate of bad ones. So we can specify 3 or 4 bad ones. And the final test checks individually 3 and 4, and the result is bad for both cases. So we can output with 3 and 4 bad ones. So of course, we don't need to perform the test 8 times in this case. Okay, so more generally, the group testing, adaptive group testing, this is a very powerful tool, is like this. Subset to be tested is selected after knowing the result of the previous test. And AZT, adaptive group testing, is performed in several stages while estimating the number of defectives. It is not necessary in some AGT with a non-fixed number of stages. So, for example, known algorithms include binary search, as I explained, and Rake and Wino algorithms, Bayes algorithms, and digging algorithms, which is a variant of binary search, and so on. The point is optimality, I mean the number of tests. So there is a known proposition like this, and for integers n and d, so let m be the minimum number of tests to detect the defectives, I mean bad ones, from n items. Then m is estimated in the interval of this area. So this means that the almost optimal number of tests is the order of the logarithm of n, and these multiply. So, for example, AZT mentioned above, binary search is near optimal, but the dominant term is multiplied by 2. So from this estimation, we can conclude that the digging algorithm is almost optimal, but it requires a large number of stages. But we focused on the minimum number of tests. We can say that digging algorithm is nearly optimal. Okay, and so this is explanation for adaptive group testing. But next I would like to explain non-adaptive group testing. So this is a more serious scenario because usually suppose that n is number of false set and u is number of tests, then non-adaptive group testing is designed by U times n matrix Z, binary matrix Z. And rows are indexed by the test, and the columns are indexed by element of the false set. And the element is equal to 1 means the test I investigate the element J. So if we define D disjunct, so this is sometimes called cover free, but in this context we define as a D disjunct. G is said to be, matrix G is said to be D disjunct if the sum of any D columns of G does not contain any other column. Okay, this is sometimes formalized as cover-free family. We take arbitrary D plus 1 subset of false set, and the union of D subset cannot cover the other subset. Okay, this is the same meaning. And so if we can design this type of matrix, we can construct efficient group testing, non-adaptive group testing algorithms. And so this is an example of disjunct matrices. The first one is one disjunct with 5 rows and 10 columns. And the second one is two disjunct matrix with 9 rows and 12 columns. Okay. And so by this slide, I would like to explain how one disjunct matrix works to detect one bad item. Suppose that number 5, ID 5 is defective. So based on this matrix, we perform 5 tests. Okay. The first one is T sub 1 plus T sub 1, mixing the contents of ID 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And of course, because we suppose the ID 5 is defective, the result is bad one. And the second test consists of mixing ID 2, 3, 4, and 8, 9, 10, because corresponding entries are all 1. And of course, 5 is not included. The result is good. And we perform 5 tests. And so actually, we focused on good result because we can eliminate these items from candidate of bad ones. So we eliminate all 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, and 1, 6, 7, and so we delete like this. Then ID 5 is remain, so we can specify ID 5 that is bad one. By designing this one disjunct matrix, we can specify at most 1 bad ones. And so this is a known result for disjunct matrices. F is the minimum number of rows for the disjunct matrix with n columns. Then the purpose is to estimate minimum number of rows. So F is the purpose of targeted estimation. And we already know that asymmetrically, F is like this, d to the 2 multiplied by logarithm of n. And so this is asymptotic upper bound, but we want to know the tight lower bound in a non-asymptotic way. And we have the following result mainly, and the last one is just a conjecture, not proved yet. So, but for example, some result. The first and second are not tight. And the three, this is conjecture by Eldridge et al., is true for less than or equal to 5. And if there is some condition, the conjecture is true with constant rate. But in general, F is not known for arbitrary N and D. This is a purely mathematical problem. I also would like to introduce application group testing to cryptography, which is my recent project supported by Japanese government. The purpose is as follows. So in future, the number of IoT devices is increasing, and there will be an enormous number of devices connected to the network. So in such a situation, we need to realize efficient communication or data transmission in an authenticated manner in the network, including 5G and beyond 5G. Beyond 5G means, for example, 6G or 7G. Usually, so we consider message authentication code as a lightweight cryptographic primitives for message authentication. However, traditional one-to-one authenticated communication by map is not enough to resolve the problem, because one-to-one communication leads to the enormous number of data in the network. Actually, the number of tag is the additional information to be used for checking validity of the message data. So checking the integrity of the data. So this is usually added to the original data. And the purpose is to compress tags without losing security. So this is a trivial communication in the network, and if there are many IoT devices, the number of transactions is proportional to n, and of course the data size is proportional to n. The purpose is too complex to reduce the data for many IoT devices. So our idea is as follows. The idea is to compress the many data at the aggregation node. So, but the problem is that we can trace a device that has sent invalid data from the aggregate tag in general. So, if receiver confirms the data is not correct, then we cannot specify the data sent from which IoT device sent. So we cannot use the data because we cannot specify which data is invalid. So the idea is to use group testing in this network, okay? And so okay, let me skip the slide. And this is algorithm. So each IoT device sent to data to aggregation node, and the aggregation node compress data and sent to the receiver using network. But the point is that to use group testing here, and the resultant data is compressed. So let me skip. Okay, so this research project was supported by Japanese government from 2017 to 2020, And so we published several papers about this result. And eventually, this result is summarized as a proposal to ITUT, which is international standard. ITU is a specialized agency of United Nations for Information and Communication Technologies, and this aggregate message authentication code with group testing was accepted in September 2020. Okay, so this is conclusion. So group testing is interesting mathematical structure. Actually, group testing has important applications, including screening blood samples for detecting a disease, efficient examination for infectious disease, and constructing cryptographic protocols. But the optimality of non-adaptive group testing, I mean, optimal design of disjunct matrices is an open problem. Application in viewpoints of application to cryptography, group testing can be used as a building block for constructing lightweight authentication protocols. Our authentication protocol using group testing became an international standard in 2020, and this research was supported by Japanese government. And solving the open problem about the disjunct matrices leads to achieving optimal compression of data transmitted in authentication protocol, maybe in future for beyond 5G, 6G, 7G. And this is I think, interesting topic of mathematics and its application to information science. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, that's all talk from Professor Shikata. Give applause to him. Okay, thank you, Professor Shikata. Okay, it was very interesting talk from you. And then there are many technical terms actually, but it's all right. And then, okay, before we start the discussion, let me summarize a little only the application of the group testing. Okay, the group testing is a method to detect some special items called defectives among many whole items. With a small number of tests, then the trivial individual testing for each item. The application of group testing includes screening blood samples for detecting a disease and detecting clones which have a particular DNA sequence. Okay, in this discussion session, we, because the time is very limited, and we invite only 3 questions. Okay. So ask the question to Professor Shikata. Okay, while we waiting the question from the audience, Professor Shikata, would you please explain the application in real life? Okay, and I mean in the real life, what is the actually what are you doing in using group testing? Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So you mean real application?
Okay, yes. In ordinary life. Ordinary life. In everyday life.
Okay.
In everyday life.
So, yes. Okay, so. Okay. So in a recent real applications of group testing, as you can see, the third one, efficient examination for infectious disease. And so as you know, we are we are required to detect, for example, the real application include coronavirus infection detection. So I hear that some country applied group testing to specify coronavirus infection. So because, for example, some samples are medically mixed and tested, and group testing mechanism could be applied. Then we can specify people who are infected coronavirus infected. Then we can successfully specify with small number of tests than individual testing. So I think this is a real application of large impact of group testing to coronavirus infection detections. Is that okay?
Yes. Okay.
It's not in Japan.
Yeah, for me, it's okay. Is there any other question? Yes. In the back.
Thank you for the chance given to me. I'm Niman Sutrani from University of Mataram. The topic is very interesting, but one question that I want to ask to Mr. Chinchi is, I have heard that in fraud detection, for example, we can use like via hyperplane approach. It is a study in analysis, but I saw that in your presentation you use matrix approach. And what I want to ask is that how, which one is more effective? I mean that in your presentation, you use some iteration, right? So but in using hyperplanes, we just take some subspace of a whole space, and yeah, maybe you can give me some explanations related to which one is more effective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So actually, to resolve the open problem, I think there are several approaches to do it. And so one is algebraic approach to analyze binary matrix. The other one is, as you mentioned, the graph theoretical approach by using hypergraph. So yes, so it is very interesting, and so this program is very classical one. But if we integrate the recent graph theoretic approach and so other ones, it may be possible to open the door to the new problem and resolution to the open problem. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other question? Okay. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you for the. My name is Ratna Sari Widyastuti. I am from Udayana University from Mathematics Program Study. Prof. Junji, I have to ask you two questions. The first is how we can make the subset from the finite set, and the second is possible to apply the group testing in the infinite set. Thank you very much.
So I'm sorry, I cannot clearly hear the question.
How would you define subset from finite set? Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay, so how to select subset, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it is just the core mechanism of constructing group testing. So in a adaptive group testing, so after knowing the result of the previous test, how to select the next subset is actually the core algorithm construction. So from this viewpoint, we introduced, for example, binary search. It is trivially divide the subset to disjunct more subsets. So this is a binary search. So if you can come up with some good, elegant idea, then you can reach on the new group testing algorithm. So actually, how to select is the core point of constructing adaptive group testing. And non-adaptive group testing, actually, this leads to directly design the disjunct matrix. So actually, how to select subset is in a core point of constructing group testing.
That's okay?
Okay.
Thank you. I think time's up, and then I'll give applause once again to Professor Sitawa. Thank you for your time, Professor. And then hello from Bali.
Thank you. So from Japan, I'm very glad to join the conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's all talk from Professor Shikata. I hope this talk is very helpful for especially from student or lecturer from mathematics. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Komang and Professor Junji. I would like to invite the third moderator, Dr. Bambang Fajar Suryadi, SSI, MSI. Dr. Bambang Fajar Suryadi, SSI, MMSI, is a teaching staff from Department of Biology, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, University of Mataram, West Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. He holds a doctoral education in Department of Biology, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Brawijaya University, Malang, East Java, Indonesia, and Master of Department of Biotechnology, IPB University Bogor, West Java, Indonesia. His fields of expertise and research interests includes environmental microbiology, microbiological control agent.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, almost noon. I will invite Professor Muhammad Basharuddin Abdurrahman. Welcome, Prof. Please be seated. And Professor Rahman will give presentation on encapsulation and nano delivery of active molecule via sustainable reticular material. But before addressing his presentation, I will read Prof. Abdul Rahman curriculum vitae. Professor Muhammad Basharuddin Abdul Rahman is currently the Senior Professor of Chemistry at University Putra Malaysia and was appointed as Distinguished Visiting Scholar at University of California, Berkeley. He received his PhD in catalysis chemistry in 1999 at the University of Southampton. He developed skills in catalyzed at synchrotron radiation in Dewsbury, UK and Grenoble, France. And then protein engineering at Osaka University and postdoctoral in structural biology and the University of Edinburgh. His research area include biocatalysis, chemical biology, computational chemistry, and nanobiotechnology. He is among the pioneer chemists to synergize the experimental result with theoretical insight. He has published more than 200 cited papers and 300 proceedings in wide field of biocatalysis and computational chemistry. To date, more than 20 patent applications have been filed in Malaysia and 10 patents internationally. Prof, now you have 20 minutes for presentation and followed by 5 minutes for discussion. Please, the time is yours.
Terima kasih Dr. Bambang. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, selamat siang. Good afternoon to everybody as well. So thank you again for bringing me back to this Icon Smart 2022. I was with the first one in year 2020. And I have a big challenge today to make sure either everybody sleep or everybody wake up with me. Yeah, it's almost lunchtime, right? Okay, next slide, please. I'd just like to give an overview about UPM, University Putra Malaysia, or better known previously as the Agriculture University in Malaysia. We started way back in 1931 as the School of Agriculture, College, University, but then rebranding into University Putra Malaysia. Okay, next. Right, I think this is a very challenging because I need to, initially I was asked to do the invited lecture, but when they swapped to the plenary, so I do have to give some insight about what I would like to talk about. Yeah, previously I worked a lot with the layered double hydroxide, the LDH, but this is more what we call as the 2D materials. Now with this, I cannot see my slide, but with this, the materials for the 21st century, that is okay. Yeah, at least I can stand up and look at that. Yeah, so hope the camera can still capture. All right. Okay, because when we talk about the operation and then the most important, the application, we somehow need to change into the 3D. And today I would like to talk more on the 3D materials. For example, this one, what we call as metal organic frameworks. And this belong under this one particular category. We call it reticular chemistry. And this is very new, about 20 years old. About, even some chemists still do not know what is reticular chemistry. Next slide. Yeah, so this is actually some of my works before. We work a lot on the immobilization of enzyme, particularly for biocatalysis. Next. We work with the commercial, natural, and synthetic materials. So that's why I would like to highlight the last one. Next. So reticular chemistry is looking at the materials in such a very different way. It has a very wide, what we call as a diversity. We talk about the geometry, the topology, and the complexity of the system. And in such a basic word, reticular chemistry is what we look at when the molecule is built up, or the building blocks held together by strong bonds. And this is unique about it. It requires a very simple synthesis. It's like kind of a mixture, but of course you need like kind of an oven for a certain temperature, and the condition have to be into much control, and it gives you a very unique and tunable properties. And I'm with Professor Omar Yagi. His H index is almost about maybe 180 with about 140, 150,000 citation. So he's one of the most talked about future Nobel laureate. He's basically a Palestinian, yeah. So he moved to United States. And through this, we have what we call as the Global Science Nodes, or under Berkeley Global Science Institute, under his direction. There are many different nodes or institute around the world. And we are so glad that in Malaysia, they choose us in UPM. And this is called Foundry of Reticular Materials for Sustainability. So that's why my talk will be on the sustainability, or in short, call it forms. It's okay. Yeah, so this is actually the basic. The combination of the metal ions and in organic linkers is only limited by your imagination. Yeah, you can use any metal ions, you can use any organic acids, but of course there are certain criteria, and based on that we can make up like kind of box, like a cage. We can also, if you want to visualize, it may also look like kind of a pigeonhole. Anything that you want to do, you just do it. Yeah, it have a very tunable porosity and also a very high surface area. One of the highest recorded is about 20,000 meters square per gram. So if you can imagine, for 1 gram of powder, yeah, the surface area is about what you call this a football field. Yeah, so how big it is that it can absorb a lot of, for example, gas molecules. And it is also chemically and thermally stable. So under this category, yeah, reticular materials, it also have different what you call this subcategory. For example, the metal organic frameworks, I think you can read as well. Then we have the zeolitic imidazolic framework. Is very much look like a zeolite. So it is more like kind of a cage. And the recent one, they also been working with the covalent organic frameworks. And the 2D or 3D molecule, a 2D or 3D structure is actually built up using what you call these light elements. Yeah, for example, you just can use nitrogen, just carbon, and it gives a very unique properties as well. So in terms of the application, now MOF have been utilized in many different type of application, be it in the sensing, especially right now, absorption, for the gas storage, and many application. And you can also see that we can also tune it or make it either into nano size up to the, of course, the macro size, but we change it on the other side, macro to nano application. And next. And in my work today, I focus more on the nano delivery. Either it's a biomolecules and drug or vaccine. More my work right now is on drug and biomolecules. And now for the past 3 years, we venture into pesticides. Okay. So prior to why I choose more on the what you call the something that not many people work in Malaysia or even worldwide is actually on the aerosol. Yeah, we focus more on the pulmonary nano delivery because we know that there are many diseases that related to lung is actually originated from the nanomaterials, for example. Yeah. And of course, in the aerosol, we're talking about the PM 2.5 hazards, there are climate change, is all related. But our work focus more on the smoking-related diseases, and of course, lung cancer is actually still the highest. It may be the second in terms of the cancer number, but it's actually the highest when we talk about the fatality. Yeah, because of normally being detected at the stage 3 or stage 4, and normally the patient only have 3 to 6 months. That's all. So most of the technique, chemotherapy, in very invasive, you have to basically the operation. So we try to reduce it, and luckily, yeah, on the other side, COVID-19 again opened up more opportunity to us because we work more on the lung, and now we understand how to deliver drugs or vaccine to the lungs. Next. This is some of my works that we work with the Harvard School of Public Health. So some of the work being conducted in Harvard. In short, what I would like to say, our nano formulation, the droplets, it can went to a selected target of the lung region, particularly at the alveolar and alveoli. And this is actually where the most of the cancerous cell occurs. On the other side, we also show and proven by Harvard team, yeah, that the nano size, the smaller that you get is actually more toxic to the system. We've been thinking that we want to get a nano size, it is actually good, but at the same time, it gives the nano environment and also killing the healthy cell. Next. So this is, next. This is the category of the, what you call this, the size, or there are many ways of doing these herbs. Next, please. Okay, we are not working only with one particular drugs, but we work with many different type of drugs. Some of the drug is actually according to the Malaysian standard, and of course also being used worldwide. We also use for, next please. We also work with the oil in water, water in oil, single drugs, dual drugs, and different system like niosome, iron oxide, where we also link with the CT scan. Yeah, the blue one is actually on liquid, and then all the brown is actually the powder system with the siRNA, graphene, MSN, and last one that I would like to talk most is actually the MOF. Next. So there are many. I have to make it very in a simplified version. Yeah. So this is actually how we look at it in terms of the schematic scheme. First, what we need to do is we have to mix up the zinc and the 2-methyl-imidazolate, and after that we add up. We encapsulate the gemcitabine. Yeah. And after that, once we get the stable system, we then conjugate on the surface with the RGD. Yeah, this is actually a homing peptide. It is like kind of a GPS, because without it, it can go to any type of cell. Even that's why that's why the cancer patient after the chemotherapeutic what you call this treatment, they will get a lot of the side effects. But with the RGD, it will only go to the cancerous or the tumor environment. Okay, so what happened after that? When the achieve the signal, it will enter into the tumorous endothelium. Then this is when the process, the cellular uptake, and in the tumor environment, normally the pH is about 5.5 to 6, a little bit acidic, and this is when the ZIF8, in this work we use a ZIF8, start to break up and then release the drug, and that leads to the cytotoxicity, cell death, and of course lead to the apoptosis. Next. Okay, this is a bit zoom into what actually is going on into the system. If you can look at the untreated, basically just NZIF8, and then we put the gemcitabine, and of course another one RGD, the ABC. I'm not sure whether you can see that in close up, but what we can see is by adding the RGD, the cell, the system is slightly bigger. And other than that, it is very important to look at NZIF is very smooth. Yeah, even with the gemcitabine, nothing being conjugated outside. But once you conjugated it, it gives slightly rough, rough surface. And it is actually very important that I will share with you in the next slide. Next. Okay, this is actually what we look at the PX study. We can show you that it's good thing when the gemcitabine being inside into the system and RGD, we can show that the ZIF, the reticulum material, retain its crystallinity. That is very important. If you lose the crystallinity, then we will not be able to deliver, and the shape also lost. Yeah. Then we can also look at to confirm the conjugation of the RGD on the surface. So we're using the FDIR on the A and the figure B for FDIR. We start to zoom and to make sure that the conjugation involved, because RGD is actually an amino acid, yeah, 3 peptides. So it have all these side change and then how it interact with the organic linkers of ZIF8. Okay, next. So again, everything is very superficial in the beginning. Yeah, physical characterization. We start to look at into the cell, what's going inside. If you look at this, we replace our drug with the fluorescent, the FI. So the untreated, you can see there are many blue things. Yeah? Blue because we stain it with the Hoist 33342. And then on the B, you can see some green things. We can already see that FI with the ZIF, can be on the surface of the system or surface of the cell. But on the C, we can see that with the RGD, we can have more green color, meaning that can be detected in most of the cell. So higher fluorescent intensity was prominently found basically after 2-hour treatment. If you look at the table, we also confirm with the surface area and the porosity through the BET surface analysis. The surface area basically reduced when you start to add up the drugs, and also further reduced when you add up the RGD on the surface, and it also can be seen with the reduction of the pore volume. So this is the most important when we look at the IC50. We run for both the healthy cell and also the lung cancer cell A5.9. If you can look at the IC50 down there, the pristine gemcitabine, basically what we like to see is that the IC50 for the system is only about 11, which is actually low, but for the MRC5 is about 27, meaning that at the end it will give you a selectivity index. In the rest of the system, it do not have that much selectivity, meaning that the gemcitabine went to the lung cancer cell and at the same time also attacked the healthy cell. Yeah, but with this one, it just mainly go to the cancer cell rather than to the healthy cell. So that's why the selectivity index is about 3.98. It's actually one of the highest. That paper was published in Dalton Transaction, and then we further investigate the dissolution study. This is our recent paper in the ACS Biomaterial, still in press, but it's already available online. The same system we study in detail using a zebrafish at pH 7.4 and cannot remember, 6.6 or 6.5 or 6.0? 6.0. And then look at the permeability. Yeah, next. So based on that, we can also link to what we have seen before. Yeah, we can say that it is the system showed the pH responsive behavior for sustaining the chemotherapeutic dissolution. So meaning that is almost like kind of a control release in especially 24 to 48 hours. One of the big issue is once you give the patient the drug, it is actually being released very fast in between 12 to 24 hours, but then it goes somewhere else. Okay, we can see from the zebrafish, it is actually the highest permeability, and then again we reconfirm that it gives a minimal adverse effect to the healthy cell, and it can be shown into the zebrafish system. Okay. But then remember I mentioned in the beginning when we do the TEM, we can see that the surface is slightly rough, but how can we confirm the roughness? So we run the AFM, the atomic force microscopy, and we confirm now that the system, the RGD ZIF system, it can be seen, the roughness is about 0.177. So meaning that the roughness of the material also assists in the penetration into the membrane. And it also have been reported in many publications before. Yeah, okay. So to wrap next. So this paper, in fact, become the cover page for the Dalton transaction, and the beauty is, you know, as a chemist, we always want to publish in Dalton transaction, and it's not my beyond imagination when it being captured as the cover page for the 50,000 anniversary issue, and at the same time is the celebration of UPM 50,000. I was hoping UPM give me 50,000, but no, I don't get anything yet. But we'll try. Next. Other than morph ZIF 78, we're also working with different morph. 74, 1201. Morph 1201 is actually unique because it's used calcium and lactate acid. So basically, it's like kind of milk. You just drink milk morph, what we call it. ZIF 890. And now we also synthesize our own morph. This is the challenge that the University Berkeley put on us. So we have two. Next. So I like to change from nanomedicine, to check my time, nanomedicine into agriculture, because this is very important, especially in Malaysia, Thailand, especially Indonesia, the highest producer of palm oil. So we know the issue with the Ganoderma boninense. Next. So I'm not going to show you the detail, but you can see that per cycle, at least about 15,000 ringgit Malaysia. The price is increasing, but you have to do 3 to 4 times. Next. And what happened is when you use the hexaconazole, the normal pesticide, it increased the soil acidity, but then what happened is 90% of it being leached, yeah, become a leachate to the soil and to the ocean. So it's very bad. Yeah. So the next slide. So what we did, earlier I mentioned that it's easy synthesis, but it's not easy. So in order for us to get the first morph, basically my student have to run at least 300 reactions for each morph, because you have to adjust the concentration, the ratio, the temperature, and so on. So it is actually not easy, but once you get it, then you can start to work on something else. So we have the first one with the new topology. Okay, and then the second UPM morph 2, we are using malic acid and tartaric acid, but we're still using calcium as the metal ion. Next. So we also did what you call this very similar, but in this case we use a microwave technique to encapsulate it, and at the end we can release it, and what we can claim that very sustainable. The calcium later on can be uptake by the plant and reduce the soil toxicity, and also the plant acid can again further reduce the soil acidity by chelating it with the aluminium. And the best thing, it will make it easier for the phosphorus to be uptake, to be taken by the plant. Next. So it's a quick one. If you can see from there, control without UPM morph, the Ganoderma boninens, Dr. Bambang may be familiar because this is microbiology, you can see that it's actually affected throughout the Petri dish. But with the UPM morph, the hexamorph that we use, it remain the same size even until day 180. Next. So we further study the different concentration. It is another important because we managed to reduce from 5% that currently being used in industry or in the estate to less than that. Even we can prove is 1 ppm. But of course, this is a bioassay. Next. So we start to do in the nursery trials. You can see only my hand. So we also do two different treatment, powder and liquid, and then we put the Ganoderma. Next. So this is very important. Last week, we've been observing it every daily basis. I normally observe every month with my student. So we can see in the control, you can see there is a growth of the Ganoderma, and even with the liquid morph, you can see also in the red Ganoderma, but with the hexamorph, even after 4 months, 5 months right now, there is no growth. Meaning that if it grows in the 6 months, we can still reduce, meaning the application may be at least 1 or 2 a year, compared to the current one, at least 3 times or 4 times a year. And of course, the reduction of the, we calculated that. Next. So, I don't know about Indonesia, but I think it's moving towards that way. I discussed with my partner in Thailand. We are doing a very fundamental work, but we are being asked to do product and to commercialize this. So this is one of that. We just moving to the commercialization. I'm not sure I'm going to sell it, but there's a team. So this is some of the claim, and you can see the next slide. So this system, next, require less hexaconazole, and then we can retain it up to 21 days. Yeah, and then of course it also can act as a micronutrient. Basically, at the same time, it can act as a fertilizer. Next slide. I'm going to be very quick. So we have more right now, but at least 12. I think my student mentioned that there is another 3 new morph, different type of application. Yeah, from agriculture, pharmaceutical, electro, and solar application. Next. Yeah, this one is the lanthanide base, is glow in the dark. So we've been thinking about doing something related to the forensic. Next. Okay, this is the work computationally, but I'm not going to go detail. I'm losing my time. Inside of enzyme. Next. You can read the paper, but what we like to say is we also not just doing the experimental work, we also did the computational work. And this is another work on enzyme, what we look at just not on the biocatalysis, but how to store biomolecules, particularly enzyme. Next slide. Normally, we can go up to 100 to 200 milligram per ml, but now we can go as high as 800 milligram per ml, to encapsulate the enzyme. Next. So this is what we think in the future, new adventure with protein and pesticide. We can do so many things with the morph, the SDG. We are looking into the reticular nanoscience, and of course, again, as a catalyst guy, so we are looking at the artificial or bio-inspired materials. Next, of course, I have to thank everybody, to thank my collaborator, thank my students, all the PhD work, and of course, without Prof. Dr. Benny, I'm not here. Thank you, Icon Smart 2022. And of course, again, thank you, Prof. Dr. Hadi, for the MIPANET collaboration. A quick one next. Okay, this is my group. Yeah, dominated by ladies, I think everywhere. Our group dominated by ladies. But I would like also to welcome you. We are hoping to do a monsoon school. There are too many summer schools. I changed to monsoon school. So please come during the rain. Yeah, so morph work will involve theoretical, synthesis, absorption, and computational. Maybe 4 or 5 days. We try to bring Professor Omar Yagi as well, so as a guest speaker. All right, last one. But this one, just postgraduate opportunities to everybody here or online. We offer the PhD, MSc by research. All the chemistry field is actually related to me, but of course we have other field. We also like to buy coursework. It's only about 2 semesters, MSc Analytical Chemistry, and the program is being accredited by the Royal Society of Chemistry. So I think that is only one breath. So I'm giving back to Dr. Bambang. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Rahman. Now it is time for discussion, and all audience, you may ask any question or share your thought about Professor Rahman presentation. Please. Any question or thought, maybe? Yes. Please mention your name and your institution, please.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Dino Rahardian. I'm Dean of Faculty of Agriculture from Catholic University of De La Salle, Manado. My question is, my interests are in reticular chemistry. I mean, you were talking a lot about reticular chemistry,
right?
But your applications were into nano delivery. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. My question is that, have you ever tried to look at or study in using the reticular chemistry for an approach towards, like, say, starch matrices, or combination of nanocellulose and starch matrices?
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Sometimes we have to twist our research where the money are. Okay, because nanomedicine, I think 5 years ago, there's a big chunk of money when we talk about nanomedicine. But I've been doing that for quite some time, so that's why we work on that. And agriculture, because of our university, working more on the agriculture. And at the same time as well, when we work on the morph, we are looking at the very fundamental, yeah? And there are, under the BGSI, there are stronger group who's working in water or maybe on sensor and so on, but not many groups working on particular like what I did. Yeah. To answer also, that is the first question why I did that. On the second question, right now people start to use morph hybrid with different type of materials, especially graphene. I'm not sure about the nanocellulose, but they also already work with the polymer. What else? The ionic liquids. So I do believe that maybe some people already start to work on nanocellulose. I'm not sure about starch, because starch is actually a bit unique to the Southeast Asia. So it's actually a good opportunity to work on that. I think that will be my suggestion. Yeah. Thank you.
That's a potential research to do, sir. Any question? Okay. I think it is the edge of our time for this session. And Prof, thank you for very sophisticated and very informational presentation, very informative presentation. And I will close this session. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you to Dr. Bambang and Professor Basarudin. We now enter our fourth plenary session. I would like to call for the fourth moderator, Dr. Renat Hendrite Ohi. Now as a lecturer in Biology Department in Mathematics and Sciences Faculty of Cendrawasih University. She held her PhD degree in George August Universitas Göttingen in Germany, and her master degree in Udayana Indonesia University, Faculty of Biology, major in Conservation Biology, Jakarta, Indonesia.
Thank you very much, MC. Hi, everyone. We are going to listen to our fourth presenter, Professor Hadi Suwono. Please, Prof. Before we start with the first presentation by Professor Hadi, I will read his very short CV. Actually, it's very long, but I will read the very short version. So Professor Hadi Suwono is a Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, University of Negeri State University Malang, Indonesia. And also he is Secretary General of the National Cooperation Network of Science and Mathematics, Higher Education Institution Indonesia, 2020-2022. He got his bachelor from Institute of Teacher Training and Education, his master from Bandung Institute of Technology, and his doctor from State University of Malang. He did many research in last 5 years and also many journal articles and proceedings in the last 5 years. Professor Suwono will talk about interdisciplinary curriculum on undergraduate science education. Prof, you will have 20 minutes for talk and 5 minutes for discussion. Time is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for Professor Benny for inviting us become a keynote speaker in this conference. My name is Hadi Suwono, Dean Faculty of Mathematics and Data Sciences, Universitas Negeri Malang. Our presentation is about how to educate people. The last 3 presenters talking about the research on pure science in seagrass, research in blood and diseases, and research about chemical pesticide applying in agriculture. And we will talk about then about how to educate people and how to prepare the student for the when they work in industry or and they work in other company, and how to prepare them. Next slide. Sorry. Yeah, next slide. Yeah. I come from Universitas Negeri Malang, and the former is IKIP Malang, Institute of Teacher Training and Education. And in 1999, become Universitas, and we call Universitas Negeri Malang. In this conference, I present a model of developing modern science education curriculum in undergraduate level, especially in undergraduate of biology. This new curriculum is based on our research in 2017 to 2020. That's it, the curriculum is integrated of industrial, professional literacy, scientific issues, and also entrepreneurship in the college undergraduate biology curricula. We know that today and in the past, the community face a wide range of social and environmental problems, including fast population growth and natural resources depletion, sustainable food security, pandemics, and also disease epidemic, and also biodiversity exploitation. And we believe that biology now is doubly a significant science in recognizing and reacting to some of today's pressing issues. The Professor Ancana present about the research of seagrass. This is a biology research and also a collaboration with another discipline. And also Professor Junji Shikata present about the research in mathematics and to explore about the blood and the disease, and also the research of Prof. Basar, he present about the nano-agrochemical for agriculture. And we know that this process of research is not only using one discipline, but the process is interdiscipline, biology, physics, chemical, also bioinformatics. Next slide. Yeah. In the last 2 decades, we have seen that the remarkable process of biological sciences or life sciences research. Biology is currently developing after the discovery of the structure of DNA, and which later developed a branch of biologies such as nanotechnobiology or also biological engineering. We know that we have 3 phase of the development of biotechnology. First phase, second phase, and third phase generation of biotechnology. In the third generation process of biotechnology, we using DNA recombinant and engineers system plant, insects, on also animal cell culture. I think that from this research, that interdisciplinary work will accelerate this change. For example, the second and third generation of biotechnology of bioproduct research involve bioinformatics, nanomaterial research, and also genomic research. Referring to this problem, we find to contrasting feature of characterize contemporary research of biological research. The first one is research in biology for enhancement and specialization in intradisciplinary of biology. And other hand, the second research is about research about integration at the interdisciplinary level and across and outside the discipline. We call the interdisciplinary research. It aims bring scientists with different expertise and resources with the possibility of mutual enrich each other and to develop new scientific insight of science. The need to involve multiple disciplines also arises that some biological issues are too complex and to be handled by one discipline, and it's using more one discipline. Okay. Teaching biology is not about the transfer of knowledge, but also the transfer of skill and values biology to the student. Today's biology education is about perspective and making solutions that positively impact to society, communities, and people outside the classroom. And biology education has a strategic role, I think, have strategic role in reducing poverty, improving health, caring for a sustainable environment, and providing friendly energy. Therefore, biology education emphasizes this interdisciplinary approach to be more critical because of the very precarious social science situation today, especially in Indonesia. Next. Over the years, many authors pointed out the school obligation to advance student knowledge through learning, but the learning will also have social, cultural, and economic and cognitive consequences. Aims to understand to the world rather than focusing on a single part of all in its complexity, provide the tools to understand social reality and make multiple relationship with multiple knowledge. Next, In the history of biology education, teaching biology can be categorized into 2 visions, namely biology for life and biology for living. The focus of teaching biology for life is that students understand the terminology, concept, or principle theories of biology, And the focus of teaching biology concerning human welfare of biology for teaching life is teaching biology of according to the student need. Combination these two vision direct teaching biology goals to motivate students to understand the application of biological science in everyday life and make scientific evidence-based decision about the scientific problem. As an interdisciplinary field, it is necessary to develop an interdisciplinary curriculum in biology study program. The curriculum teaches a student to integrate biology, chemistry, physics, plant science, chemistry, statistics, mathematics, and also computing. Yeah. In interdisciplinary biology model, we name academia, industry, and internship biology education. That is biology education involve science and non-science resource practices about problem solving that involve collaboration among various stakeholders and also through shared learning that all participant knowledge is enhanced innovation, creation, and problem solving. In this model, we teach students and core of concept and core of competencies. That is, beside the how to make the student competence about the biology, a student also learn about core competency such as scientific procedure and research, and also innovation and creativity relating about producing a product for biology, and also professional performance and also entrepreneurship. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide. Okay. So the biology education now is relevant to students at both individual and also societal level, and prepare students for everyday life and future careers and participation in society, and also to respond the challenges of wider community. Next slide. Yeah. The possible implication of contemporary aspect of academia, industry, and society frameworks are discussed in engaged and practical application. With this purpose, some aspect we using AIS, academia, industry, and social framework is integrated. How to make integration this of three into the syllabus and teaching process in classroom. An example in when we teach about technology, maybe in the first we teach about the concept of technology, and then experiment on technology, and also a student with producing product about technology relating to in the innovation and entrepreneurship. Next. Yeah. If we make how to make the gradual curriculum from the first level, second level, third level, and fourth level in Indonesian perspective about the undergraduate student. In the first level, we teach students with essential skill relating to the research and entrepreneurship skill. We teach students about research, about entrepreneur, and develop the necessary technical skill in research and entrepreneurship. And the second level, we teach research and entrepreneur oriented. That is, we teach about research method and entrepreneurship skill is applied. Students join a research team or entrepreneur team, maybe in Indonesia, such as PKM, program kreativitas mahasiswa. We assume that students take responsibility to take part of an ongoing project under the guidance of lecturer. Students in a second level develop a technical research and entrepreneurship skill, learn management data, learn the analytical skill, and so on. And the third level, in this stage, students are involved in extensive research and entrepreneurship project. Students also conduct an entrepreneurial project under the guidance of a lecturer and make decisions to adjust or change the project direction when necessary, analyze data, draw conclusion, and communicate findings. And in the fourth level, we call the level of innovation and entrepreneurship program. In this stage, focus on extensive intellectual engagement in a professional development, become a researcher or entrepreneur. In our study, my student in biology department, now many graduates are becoming entrepreneurship. And next slide. Yeah. I think that research and innovation recently emerged of new concept with the potential advance of energy, given the main challenge that university face today. The first has to do with an increasingly fast race to innovate in order to stay competitive in rapidly changing world. And in the STEM faculty, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics department, the teaching and learning features is first, student involved, engaged, and participating, not only receiving information for lecture or maybe hearing some information from the lecturer, but student exploration of the real life problem. Students are independent and becoming autonomous learner, and students acquire and apply inquiry tools and innovative design technology, collaborative and cooperative learning, and using multi-stakeholder perspective and authentic assessment. Next slide. Yeah, it is strategy teaching and learning in the classroom. And if we start to teaching, give an issue or give a problem to student, and then student really to inquire or to do the investigation, and then student participation in the dialogue and working cooperative and collaborative, and then after the student can find the concept, and then how to apply the concept in the daily life, and if we use this teaching, we make a student as a independent learning. Next. Okay. And the conclusion of our research is about that curriculum and learning engage students from social realities, not only learn about the concept of biology, chemistry, or physics, and the students have to make the innovation product in our global markets. The inter or transdisciplinary biology education helps students know the world's nature, prepare students to become global citizens, respond to issue critically, and have entrepreneurial innovation. The academia, industry, and social frameworks aim to provide a framework for conceptualizing all social aspects of nature of science, economic, entrepreneurial, and relationship between this aspect. We believe that the inclusion of the dimension of academia, industry, science education can provide many benefits, such as increased student awareness of social issues related to biology, increase student awareness to economic related issue, provide a greater understanding of cross-curricular links between biology and other discipline, and fourth, make biology more relatable to student everyday life and realize the everyday application of biology, and fifth, contribute to career opportunities for students by providing them with self-employment as a career opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Suwono, for a very great presentation. Please, your applause for Professor Suwono again. Thank you. Because we are in behind the schedule, so I will give only one question from audience. Only one question, sorry. Yeah, anybody? Oh, okay. Yes, please. Please mention your name and institution before you deliver your question. Mike, please. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. My name is Normawati dari Open University, Universitas Terbuka. Thank you very much for your presentation, Prof. Hadi. As you mentioned before that we support the research from the interdisciplinary research. So as Secretary General of MIPANET, we ask you to initiate the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between institutions under the MIPANET. Thank you.
Yeah, we will conduct the signing MOU in evening meeting. Yeah, in evening meeting of maybe afternoon meeting. Yeah.
Okay. I won't open any chance for discussion, sorry, because we have very limited time. Thank you very much again, Professor Suwono, for a very nice presentation today. Good afternoon.
Thank you to Dr. Renat Henderite and Professor Hadi Suwono. Now we arrive to our final session, and I would like to call for the fifth moderator, she's Dr. Reni Antoneta Tumbol, which now is a lecturer at Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Samratulangi University. She had her doctorate in the University of Queensland, Australia, at the Center for Marine Studies, Faculty of Biological Science.
Okay, distinguished participants of Icon Smart, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to the next plenary session, and I'm Rainy, and I'll be your moderator for this session. And for this session, we're going to have the last speaker for plenary session. According to a theory that save the best for last. So I hope this is the last speaker, and we're all going to be excited to get this information from our speaker. And I would like to invite Professor Dr. Zulkarnain Mohammed from University Malaya. Welcome, Prof. Before we start with this session, I would like to read a little bit of the Prof. Zulkarnain CV. Prof. Zulkarnain bin Mohammed, professor and a dean of Institute of Biological Sciences, University Malaya. And his expertise is in human genetics, genomics, molecular genetics. His academic qualification, PhD in human molecular genetics, University of Aberdeen, Scotland in 1999, and Bachelor of Science and Honors Genetics, University Malaya in 1994. And he has published numerous of articles in some recognizable journals. And today, Prof. Zulkarnain will talk about marine mammal conservation, DNA-based approaches to studying biodiversity of selected dolphin species in Malaya. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rainey. It's of course very challenging to talk before lunch, and I've also been given about just 15 minutes. Mohon izin saya dari sini ya. Okay, thank you very much, IconSmart, for inviting me. Thank you, Mipanet. Thank you, MDSM, for the support. Right. Just a little bit of disclaimer. Yes, you did hear it right. I am a human geneticist. But why I'm talking about dolphins has got to do with my schoolmate. I don't think it's reaching the... Can I have this? Yeah, it's not reaching the... No, next slide, the first slide, okay? Right, it all started with this guy, the guy in yellow, so he's my schoolmate. So he was talking about his work, he's very experienced in marine mammals. And it was just one line of a conversation that says, are you not interested in genetics? The next thing I know, I was in a boat and then out to sea and then looking at the marine mammals. Next slide, it's not working. All right, so we always hear about this in the news, about extinction, about the recent one, I think this is 2009, a Sumatran rhinoceros, the one that is in Malaysia died. So it is very profound. And next slide. But I can assure you extinction is also a normal biological process. Extinction should be balanced by the emergence of new species, and that's how life goes, right? Unfortunately, this is the recorded extinction. Next slide. Now, unfortunately, this is the concern of biologists, is that the fact that the rate of depletion is at the moment far exceeds the emerging of new species. And unfortunately also it is a lot to do with human development, right? Human activities. And then it is alarming that the current rate is about 4 to 5 times higher. Next slide. So in talking about conservation, there are two major aspects that we want to see. Is that one of the first ones is that we need to determine exactly what is the threat, what is the source of the threat. And secondly, we need to know what we're dealing with. We need to know exact nature and what species and so on. We need to understand the species so we'll be able to help conserve it. Next. So in genetic diversity, what we can do using genetic analysis is that we can actually determine the history. If we're able to get the samples, we will be able to determine the history and then look at diversity. And why is diversity important? Because loss of genetic diversity reduces the ability to adapt. One simple example is the COVID-19, the pandemic. You see that some of us got infected, but they are mildly affected. But some of them, they have very severe symptoms. Now, this is about the genetic background. And similarly, when we receive vaccination, some of us react quite adversely, but others don't feel anything. So we need to have that diversity in the population, in the human population, and also in our animal population. Next slide. As I mentioned, human activity is contributing towards the loss of diversity, and sometimes it's not really something you plan to do. It's because of human development, the needs for recreational, the recreation, the needs for economic, the need for habitat and so on. Somehow it drives the reduction of that diversity. There are, of course, other factors, for example, environmental changes, the climate, but unfortunately, again, the human effect is also affecting the stochastic factors, the environment factors, so we are contributing doubly into the loss of genetic diversity. Next slide. So again, what do you do in molecular genetic analysis? Again, you get the samples and then you study the social structure. You study the family Diversity, and from the diversity, you can the Brunei Bay, it's between Sabah, Sarawak, and also Labuan, that area. And then the other one is in the off Perak, Kuala Sepetang. Next slide. So this is me and my friend. So this is our preparation of the darts. Next, the one before, please. No, that's going too fast already. One before that, all right. And before you get any ideas about, how nice it is to work in the sea, and if you watch a lot of National Geography, it is far from what we have. We have that very small boat, and there are about 6 of us, and then we sit in the hot sun without any shelter, and then we just look out and then for the dolphins, right? So that's our boat. Next one. If we're lucky, we may have some netting above our heads, and then if we're also lucky, we may get some boats that that has a roof of that sort, but other than that, mostly it was just us and the clouds. Next. Now, this is what we do. That's me shooting, but I can assure you we don't kill any of the animals. No, this is for conservation. Right? But we need to shoot the darts. If you can see the darts, after we shoot, the dart will fall off. It will actually, there's a floater, fall into the sea. So we retrieve the dart, and then we open up the cutting head, and then you'll get that a piece of flesh and muscle, and that's where we get our DNA from. And then we make a practice that after we shoot, then we'll stay for a while to make sure that the animal is still, at least alive, because that's the whole idea of conservation. So this is textbook. We don't just shoot anywhere. We don't shoot the head and so on, but this is like you can see the dorsal fin, and then you can see the small red thing, so that's the dart. That's where you should hit, but I'm telling you, it's a moving target all the time, and then you only see like 1 or 2 seconds, and then you just have to point and shoot. Right, so this is the textbook case. So that's just me. Again, you can see, because the time when the dolphin appears and then submerges again, I looked at the video, it's less than 2 seconds. And then I'm sure, you know how brilliant dolphins are. I'm sure that they're always pulling my leg, because you look at the right, they will appear in the left, and then when you look at the left, then you appear at the right. This kind of work appears a lot of patience, muscles, because the gun is heavy, you can't point all the time. Patience again, heat tolerance, because you're doing it under hot sun. You have to have reflex, because you wait, and then when you see something, and then you just try and shoot. Patience again, accuracy, patience, focus, because the boats, sometimes have a lot of people at the back, and then you're focusing on one place, and then they'll say, left, 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 and then you look like, and then the dolphin appears on your right. So it's not easy. Now, this is what we've done so far. So we've started 2018. We've got about 20, there are 2 species, 2 main species, ocular brevirostris, and then susachinensis. Funnily, on the Bay of Brunei side, we find a lot of Irrawaddy dolphins, but on the Kuala Sepetang side, we only get a lot of Susah chinensis. They are both there. I've seen Susah chinensis in Brunei Bay as well, and I've seen Irrawaddy dolphins in the Kuala Sepetang, but their behaviors are so opposite. The reason why we can shoot these animals is because some of them are friendlier towards the boats. You know, so in two places, these dolphins behave opposite. So number of samples obtained so far, so I just calculated it, so that means approximately we've spent about over 900 hours worth of surveying and looking for this, and then we got about 37 samples, so one sample is about 24, more than one day. So this is an DNA extraction. We do sexing. This is something that the visual surveys cannot do on the boat. You just look on the binoculars, you won't be able to see it, but with DNA you can tell. And from our data, it's quite worrying because most of the samples that we got, in fact, all of the samples that we got were females. So we're not really sure why. We thought our methods were wrong. We took the DNA and then we sequenced. We confirmed the results. Yes, most of the samples that we got were females. Next slide. This is just some technical slides. So when we get the sequence, we put them together and see whether we can distinguish between the different fishes, different dolphins and different species. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. All right, so this is what we got so far. So these are the two main species. You've got the Irrawaddy dolphins at the top, and then the Susah chinensis is pinkish in color. And then we found that there are 5 genetic types, which suggests that there are 5 families of Irrawaddy dolphins. And then you can see that when we downloaded sequences, I think from India and from various, and from Thailand, also from Indonesia. So it seems to show that there is some correlation, right? That this is still, study is still ongoing. Next study, and next slide. Unfortunately, with the Susah chinensis, the Indo-Pacific humpback, the results at the moment is it's not very convincing. I'm not sure if I have the slide here. Go next slide, please. So this is a paper from Australia, which already suggests that for Susah chinensis, for the Indo-Pacific humpback, there is a lot of variability. There are still questions on the species relationship, so that explains why our DNA sequence is not easy to match with whatever is available, right? Okay, next slide. Now you look at the numbers up there, we'll see that our average heterozygosity is at 0.4 and average number of alleles is 2. This is very, very low and signals a red light to our population, right? But I cannot conclude anything just yet because the number is still quite low. We hope to get more numbers and then we hope to be able to establish this, and then we can work with the fisheries department and tell them what we can do next. Next slide. Now, okay, you can't see much from this one, but I think you can see this is our more recent work. Next slide. Now you can see here, all right, at the top, yellow and green, these are the Irrawaddy dolphins. And the yellow bits are the ones that we found in Malaysia. And we found that they are quite close to the ones in Vietnam and in Thailand. The green is actually from Indonesia, but it's more on the Kalimantan side. These are sequences downloaded from the database. Grampus is the second at the from bottom. It's actually called Risso's dolphin. It looks quite similar, but it has a larger dorsal fin, and I think there are some cases where the published work shows that it's mistaken identity. So you can see the clustering, right? The sequences will allow you to cluster different species together, and that confirms the identity. And also, because mind you, when you're at the sea, you only see this for a very short time, right? You don't get to catch it and so on, so it's not really easy to determine the species. So DNA collection tells them, confirms it. And then our DNA evidence also contribute to determining the identity of stranding animals. Stranding animals are kedamparan. These animals, they are found on the beaches and so on. Sometimes the morphology is so deformed, so you can't tell which is which. In fact, as a matter of fact, one came in as Irrawaddy dolphins, but when we did the analysis, it's actually a resource dolphin. And so the other one was finless poppers. These are, they look very much alike, but DNA analysis will be able to tell. When we told them that this is a resource dolphin, they were very excited because they've never seen visually a resource dolphin before, right, around the area. So DNA evidence actually allows you to do this kind of thing. Next slide. Now, this is more recently. It'll probably just take another 2 or 3 minutes. What we do now is we look at environmental DNA. Why do you want to do this? Because we want to see, other than looking at the dolphins, we only want to look at the environment. So how do we do this? Next slide. So here you can see this paper that says harnessing the power of eDNA metabarcoding for detection of deep sea fishes. Basically, what it's trying to say, this is a paper from, I can't remember which group. Basically, what you can do is you take like, in the paper you say like 1 cup of water, get all the DNA out, and then you do metabarcoding, and then you can tell what's inside. Next slide. So basically, because in the water you'll have fragments, DNA fragments come from the skin cells, from the excrements, from tissues and so on. You can get that from eDNA from the water, and then you can filter it out, and then you can do the biodiversity of that particular area. Next slide. This is the traditional way is on the left, where you have to do a bycatch analysis, what's available. But now we just take water, we filter it, and then we sequence. This work started quite recently, about 2 years ago, and I think it's giving us quite interesting results. Next slide. So this is how we do it. Get water, filter, sequence, and then analyze. Next slide. So this is a Niskin bottle. This is a very heavy bottle that you lower down into the water to get water you want to be consistent. So we took water, it's called surface water, about from 1 meter. It's a very heavy bottle, but my colleague, the Saiful is in Marine UMT. They have it, we don't have it, so we had to borrow. And they were making a lot of noise because it's very heavy. Next slide. So, part of being innovative is trying to design this. Well, I can't say it's my idea, it's already on the YouTube. You use, we can also use, the pipe, the sewer pipe, and also the plunger for the toilet. And then you have a pin, so you can, and then you use a bungee cord, right? And then you can pull the pin and then it closes. It works, all right? So it works fine. In fact, the other day we went out. They were using this more than the Niskin, official Niskin bottle, because Niskin bottle is so heavy. And because it's so cheap, we also call it Miskin bottle, because we don't have money to buy one. So on the right is the cup that contains a filter. At the blue bit, there's a piece of filter, so you put water in, and then you have to pump it out. This is one of the first times we did it. We used a manual pump. Right? But now we've gone some advanced. We use electrical pump, and there's some advances to it. So we don't. This is actually done on the boat, but now we actually bring it back because we have means to do it now. Next slide. So this is one of our tests. We did sampling in 3 areas. We took 2 samples from there is sighting. That means when we actually saw dolphins. And then 1 sample from where we know doesn't have dolphins is in the river. Next. Next slide. And then this is interesting. So this is the array of different animals that that we can find in DNA. So this is very, very new data. So we have yet to confirm it with the fisheries, with people out there, whether this is correct. And then we are comparing. But we are able to compare between these 3 sites, A, B, C, which one contains what, do they mix, Why are we interested in fish biodiversity? Because we believe dolphins are there because they want to eat. So perhaps the different diversity have an influence. And because there's also a lot of fishing activities. You know, the fishermen and so on. They are supposed to do their work like 5 miles offshore, but unfortunately, you know, they do this very close to shore. So we want to see the diversity. We suspect that the diversity has reduced greatly in over the 10 years, because they've also reported that the amount of dolphins have also dropped. You know, so we're trying to correlate with the fish diversity, and study is ongoing. Next slide. So we can compare between the A and B and see what is unique in A, what is unique in B, what is shared in all three localities, and so on, right? Next slide. We also found human DNA as well. Well, of course, there are a lot of fishermen doing it within the area, so they do a lot of business there as well. We've seen ducks, we've seen mollusks. Next slide. We do 2 types of analysis, because the power of this work is also dependent on how you analyze your samples. So we have one established by the company, but we also do our own analysis, and then we get slightly different results. And in terms of what the diversity is. Next slide. Yeah, this is the mollusks and the anchovies that we find. A lot of anchovies there. Next slide. And we also find, I don't know, this one I can't really explain. How do we find a cow's DNA in the water? Maybe we went for a swim. But I can explain why we get macaques, because this is from the river samples, and then indeed there are a lot of macaques even swimming across, so we did get their DNA as well. So it's actually an exciting new thing that, you know, you don't have to sit there, you just take water, filter out, and then you know what's biodiversity. Next slide. So challenges, we need to yet determine what's the best volume sample, what's the best sequencing sample, what markers to use, because it's very, this is very molecular genetic space. You have to do a lot of tests, but I think we're getting there at some point. Yeah. Next slide. These are the people who's working with us. On the right side, that's my colleague with his graduate master student, and also the master's student on the red cap. In the middle, Dr. Song and Dr. Sally. Dr. Sally used to be my postdoc. Dr. Song is working with me now. The other 2 on the left, they are students. That's why they don't look very happy, because they have the slides they have their thesis to write. And I think this is where I end. I think next slide. Is there any other slides? So I acknowledge the Ministry of Higher Education, TUMEC, University of Malaya, University of Malaysia Terengganu, and also First Institute of Oceanography from China for giving us the grants, Department of Fisheries as well for allowing us to do this work, but most of all, Icon Smart for allowing me to give this talk. I leave you with this, my number and my email, so some pictures that we took on our excursion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. And very interesting talk indeed. I'm sure we are all looking forward for having lunch, but that's why I'm going to give only 1 or 2 questions. If anyone would like to ask questions, otherwise I'm going to ask 1 question, because you mentioned that most of the samples, the dolphins, were female, okay? Yes.
Recording stopped.
Would it be related to the fact that maybe male are more difficult to get close to human, or the female are in the stage of pregnant or something, and they're so hungry and looking for the food around the boats or something?
I think you've given all the answers. Well, to be honest, I'm not much of a behavioral animal behavior research, but I've spoken to some people. Males are more wary of people that or disturbance in the area, so they are very suspicious. And females tend to be more friendly, and, you know. So and then they also bring their calf around just to swim and so on. So they tend to be more open to people encroaching. So that's what we think.
So could it be confounding factors then for your research? What do you think?
At the moment, it's really money. And also, I wish that I can develop a way to call them and then stay and I can just get some samples because it's been very, very difficult to get samples because you really wait. Because as you can see in the slides, there are some days that we just went there, we didn't see any. There's no way as such at the moment to predict the presence. You're talking about this whole wide sea and then you're just guessing. So that's been a challenge.
Okay, thank you very much. Let us give a round
Thank
of
you.
applause to Prof. Zulkarnain.
Recording
Thank you.
stopped.
And I'm going to give this back to MC. Thank you.
Thank you to Mrs. Dr. Reini and Professor Zulkarnain Muhammad. So this concludes the end of our plenary session. We now enter to lunch and we invite all the VIPs and guest invitation of IMIPANET and all the deans to have lunch at hotel. And also for all participants that have registered. So we're going to have lunch at the hotel. Thank you.
Samratulangi University is the only university in Sulawesi with the
Sekali lagi diinformasikan kepada tamu.
Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Faculty of Economic and Business, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Faculty of Mathematics and Science, and Faculty of Public Health. Unsrat also has a postgraduate program that offers master's and doctorate degrees.
Until now, tens of thousands of students from all over Indonesia have studied at the Samratulangi University.
Welcome to Cendrawasih University. As the largest campus in Papua, Cendrawasih University exists to improve human resources in the eastern region of Indonesia. The university, located in Jayapura City, has the vision to become an excellent university with cultural characteristics and environmental insight. This campus continues to improve and faculties, one postgraduate program and 86 study program at the diploma, bachelor, master, and doctoral level. With a variety of supporting facilities that are continuously improved, Cendrawasih University will continue to grow and have an impact on a better Papua.
Bali is an island of 1,000 temples and blessed by beautiful nature and culture.
Bali always has a way to stand strong on its own with compassion and tolerance, without forgetting the character and culture of their people. The local wisdom is resembled in the vision of Udayana University as the oldest university in the island of the gods. Udayana University was established on September 29, 1958, and firstly initiated from the Faculty of Literature, which was originally a branch of Erlangga University. This faculty was inaugurated by Sir Carnot and officially established as Udayana University on August 17, 1962. Since its establishment, Udayana University has been committed to produce graduates in accordance with the vision of the university: excellence, self-reliance, and cultured. Excellence means competitive, innovative, and able to compete in specific fields in local, national, and international levels. Self-reliance means having the ability of leadership and entrepreneurship to manage resources in producing innovations that benefit the development of science and community services. Cultured means maintaining the academic life in the university based on the noble values of the state philosophy, Panchasila, and local wisdom by promoting honesty and harmony between thoughts, words, and good deeds, Trikaya Parisuddha. Udayana University has 13 faculties and postgraduate programs consisting of various cross-scientific disciplines. These faculties are built and developed according to the needs of the community. The university has 1,644 lecturers. These qualified lecturers are supported by comprehensive facilities to meet the needs of 29,985 active students. The competence of Udayana University has been proven by the accreditation from the National University Accreditation Board. On an international level, Udayana University received 3 stars from the QS Star rating. Udayana University brings an active learning system involving the lecturer and students. In addition, Udayana University has e-learning systems which open a direct discussion room between lecturers and students to increase effectiveness of the learning process. Udayana University also provides facilities for student activities to develop soft skills and hard skills in non-academic fields. Udayana University continues to improve its quality and strengthen itself as one of the universities in the central region of Indonesia, which has the largest number of foreign students. Recently, the number of foreign students attending regular education program at Udayana University